originates in the molten outer portion of the mantle. Well, if something shifts inside the Earth, why wouldn't it cause issues on the surface, whether it's earthquakes or volcanic activity? And some volcanic activity involving supervolcanoes coincides with geomagnetic pole excursions. And so, when I was on your show last time talking about pole shifts along with the ice ages, I was talking the same topic. Why is it that Media Matters, funded by George Soros, decided to do a hit piece on Jimmy Corsetti, the YouTuber, Brother They Came After Me Hard on, which I, to be honest, I relished. I was like, this is hilarious. I'm like, well, they don't understand it's actually really his listen. It is. And it makes me feel like, right, and it makes me feel like I'm over the target, because what's that saying about getting most black when you're over it? So, like, I'm like, it makes me think that I'm onto something, because you're here. In any of these climate change there's Nobel Prize laureates that have been speaking out about this. There's two of them. Dr. Clouser and there's another gentleman I'm going to try blank at the top of my head. But, like, they've shared this data. This is scientific fact, and they're getting shunned and ridiculed for it. Yeah, the problem is there's a consensus that's politically accepted, and it's been talked about so much. It's a political talking point. If they lose that political talking point, they lose a large percentage of their platform. Oh, yeah, right? There's so many parts of the liberal, the leftist platform that they need to have these narratives. And one of them is climate change, and that Donald Trump is a climate change denier. The right-wing people are climate change deniers. Ergo science deniers, ergo racists. It's very, 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 very stupid, and it's bad for all of us, because I think we all need to have an understanding of how delicate our environment is, and how delicate life on Earth is, and that it is this constantly changing thing that has never been static. We know that. We know about the dinosaurs. We know about all these different things. We know about the Ice Age. But we don't truly have a comprehensive narrative that everyone accepts. It's become politicized. Yeah. It's become politicized by the worst people, because they're the cultists.
Yeah. They're the ones that made, not the only ones. You know, I'm a lot less political than a lot of people in this community, and I said it when COVID first started getting bad, and you could see it on the internet. I was real quick to say, "I'm going to be fucking locked out for years, guys." And everybody laughed. Like, either side is going to drop these squares. We don't live in a society of political compromise anymore. We live in a society of giving an inch and taking a mile. Either side is going to concede one fucking inch on this, and we're going to be dealing with the same argument 3 years from now. And lo and behold, and that's what's crazy about this, is that data has become politicized. Science and data and knowledge has become politicized. Over 80,000 papers were retracted last year. 80,000 scientific papers were. The top 60% of them are medical. The top 10 most still cited papers that have been retracted are multiple. The medical community is fucked right now from COVID. It turned in on itself and just started. And if you look at their papers and stuff, it's insane. They are all at each other's throats in all kinds of different ways. Still citing retracted papers and all kinds of goofy shit, because it became a political football. We can see it on TikTok. You watch a nurse come out there, and she's going to do a little TikTok, and you just look at a donkey next to her name or an elephant. If it's an elephant, she can tell you there's nobody in this hospital, it's fucking empty. If it's a donkey, she can tell you about the body outside, the machine outside making pork starch. Dead people, they can't bury them as fast as they're dying. It was so openly, easily surfaced. The average Joe could look right through it to see if this is just an argument between the two parties, and they're just transferred this to the medical problem. Well, you remember in the beginning days of the pandemic when they were really fear-mongering, when they gave a preposterous number of people that were going to die from COVID, and what was the percentage at the high point? Was it like 3.5% or something like that? Or was it 30%? It was something like, there's a compilation video, Jamie, see if you can find it, where they're dunking on Donald Trump, because Donald Trump said, it's less than 1%. He was right. He was totally correct. He was right about the UV stuff, too. But I think they were trying to say that it was 34%. I think that's what they were saying. It's 3.4 or 34, I can't remember which. But they were repeating it ad nauseum on television, that this is going to be death rate of people that got COVID. It's one of the things that justifies the lockdown. If it really was less than 1%, people go, so it's like, what's the flu? And you get into the flu, you go, well, what's the percentage difference? It's like 50% difference. Okay, what are we doing? It's a bad flu. So what this is like a bad flu. But you can't say that, or you're some kind of anti-science terrorist. You're a terrible person. Kill grandma.
You know, if you want to mix it up, Jamie, there's a video. So last time I was on, I mentioned a clip of Donald Trump talking about it's going to get cold again. And we didn't find the clip at the time, but I have it in my folder, Jamie. It's just Donald Trump who's in the front with all the other folders.
One step at a time. Let's
Okay.
try to find that video of them all repeating the same thing over and over again. It's Brian Stelter, a little weasel on CNN, constantly repeating the fact that Donald Trump doesn't know what he's talking about. He was right. He was absolutely correct.
Donald Trump doesn't just say things out of his butt and people make them out. I'm not saying he doesn't talk in that way. Okay.
Rant. If you're a ranter, you're a podcast. You're talking out your ass every day.
But he wasn't talking out of his butt with the UV killing off bacteria and viruses.
No, he just said it in a way that wasn't logical. He said, like, you get the light into your body. No, they figured out how to get LED lights into lungs to kill viruses.
Yeah, and the big thing to look is typing in Donald Trump COVID compilation video gives you a bunch of
COVID, death rate compilation versus the media. And see, the media was the one that were dumped on him for saying, and they were trying to this ridiculously high rate that turned out to not be accurate at all. Well, I think we have those people, the leftists or whatever you want to call them, the principles in the fucking world. These guys are, like we were talking about with climate change and everything else, they don't want to leave anything in there that could let the other side have anything. They assume that the average ranking style Joe Public is done with that. Right. I mean, one of the things they'll always say about ancient apocalypse and label, but you're like, well, he goes on there and he talks shit on archaeologists and everybody's going to believe everything he says because it's so well made.
I didn't see that at all.
And in the first season, we did talk a little shit about archaeologists. But the bottom, to me, if I'm watching anything, I don't care what it is, if the person says, you know, mainstream scientists disagree with me. Here's what I have to say. All my alarm bells go off, and that tells me I cannot hang my hat on what this motherfucker saying. I gotta go Google it. Right? That's what Grant does over and over again. Mainstream archaeologists disagree with me. So for them to say everybody in the country, everybody in the world is going to believe in it, it's not. So 3.4%. So this is it. So give me some time. And a lot of conversations with a lot of people that do this. Take the numbers way under 1%. They're going to fact check. The World Health Organization says the coronavirus death rate is 3.4%. President Trump lies that the World Health Organization is wrong. The number is 3.4%. 3.4% is what it's reporting. That's what it sounds, Jay. I know the president can change that.
A lot about the most recent World Health Organization estimate that the global death rate of coronavirus is 3.4%. Jesus. The 3.4% death rate was wrong, and WHO data later updated it to a fraction of 1%.
Trump has a hunch that the death rate is lower than 1%. Way under 1%.
It's a little bit of mozzarella stick and then stupid old online viewers about the mortality rate.
Way under 1%.
Information, spreading disinformation, dangerous disinformation. If you're president of the United States, you're the world's greatest scientist at your disposal. You listen to them. Leading scientists, including Dr. Fauci, wrote in the New England Journal of Medicine that the death rate could be considerably less than 1%.
Way under 1%. Why? See, this is we've seen enough. These people are fucking puppets, man. They're puppets, and they willfully, gleefully repeat these narratives.
Yep.
And instead of saying, well, where did you get that information? Who are you talking to? Let's find out if that's correct. Why does the World Health Organization think it's 3.4%? Is there any nefarious intent behind this whole idea of it killing everybody that's forcing some enormously profitable venture, like forcing everybody to take these fucking new vaccines you guys developed? Like, could that be factored in? Maybe. Well, no. You only hear that it's factored in once everybody's profited and got out, including Bill Gates.
Yeah.
Bill Gates, who's on television telling everybody to get the vaccine, you want to get COVID, and then afterwards, it didn't work. After he had unloaded all the stock, it wasn't effective, and it turns out COVID wasn't as bad as we thought it was. Well, you guys are really responsible for a bunch of people taking a medication that was unproven. You're responsible for all the side effects. You're responsible for and you're responsible for fear mongering, lying, closing down businesses, ruining economies, changing the political structure of the country.
They need to be held to account. I'm not going to forget this, and a lot of other people. When people's lives were destroyed, and it is, I mean, there needs to be reckoning.
Elon recently said that he's still prosecute Fauci.
I love it. He's
a real possibility.
Oh yes, he does. Yeah.
When it comes to the economic side, honestly, out of everything, the jab notwithstanding, just especially from the top down perspective, those guys, I mean, most of the transfer of wealth, Amazon, Walmart, eBay, all they want to fucking clean house. You know what shut down Spokane? We lost White Elephant. This guy had started before you got World War II. He would buy surplus and put it in the store. He had fishing lures for 30 cents, fucking Transformers from the 80s. You would buy them in 2000 sold on eBay. Had all kinds of shit there. And he went out of business because he had to close his doors. Everything. Restaurants in California. You can't even go to fucking Walmart at 2 in the morning like we did. Like, everything's closed now at a certain time compared to where it was. Everything's closed. That's important because the coronavirus doesn't stay up.
That's right. And it doesn't exist when you walk to your table and sit down.
All the homeless people need a place to hang out. So Walmart parking lot, show up. I meant that actually the opposite. Coronavirus comes out. But it doesn't either. Like the whole thing was so dumb because then they allowed Black Lives Matter protests. Like what about 6 foot distancing? Everybody's breathing. They're screaming and yelling down the street. And you guys think that's not going to spread it?
Right.
And the brain dead stuff behind this symbolism. I talked about this a long time ago on the channel. The person that thought of, we're going to have this band play. Let's get them masks that have a big hole in it to show solidarity with everybody else. That's like a fucking idiot. It's like everybody's just going to look at that and be like, how about people swimming? So we don't do that.
Oh my God.
Swim with masks on.
I need to see those clips. That was one of the biggest IQ tests in modern times.
Well, it was really a compliance test. Yeah, that's what it was. It was a lot of compliance. And check to see how many cowards there are out there that even though they know something to be true, are terrified of the blowback, so they don't speak about it. And when you do speak about it, you get attacked. You know, I obviously experienced that, and I was fascinated by it. I mean, it was kind of horrifying to watch, but also fascinating. Like, so this is real. Like, you guys are just completely all lock in step and all full shit. And you don't even care that I got better.
Brought to you by Pfizer.
Yeah. And you can watch how the world, you can see this from a world perspective too. Different communities all around the world react differently. I remember lots of people, why can't we do like in Japan? Almost everybody's wearing a mask over there, and we do all this reporting and all this stuff. Like, yeah. You ever been there, man? You ever talked to any Koreans or Japanese people? Their fucking culture is washed up compared to ours. Very much. There's no counterculture in there. The counterculture is out of jail. You have one community, so yeah, they're told to do this, they fucking do it. Well, we don't do that. So compromised, so obviously compromised. And Callie Needs this really good point about this. He was saying that the reason why they spend so much money advertising on cable news is not because it's effective. It's because once they do that, now cable news cannot criticize them. Right? It's so much smarter. Because it's like, listen, we're spending all this money just to make sure that you guys toe the line. That's what they're doing. So the news is not the news. It's only the news if an advertiser agrees that it's theirs. Yeah. And that's not good. No, that's not good for anybody. Left wing, right wing. If you think that somehow or another money gives a fuck about your political persuasion, it's so stupid that it got attached to a political ideology. And from the most compliant of people, those are the ones who are the most willing to go along with the narrative. Because the consequences on the left of coloring outside the line, they attack you so hard, they crush you so hard because of the Watergate situation. Or anything where you're stepping outside the line to talk about it. Like what you experienced just discussing something that turns out to be absolutely correct. They fund the big hippies about you, which essentially acts as an advertisement for you. Right? Just builds your
channel. It's the Streisand effect.
And then people will go to your channel and go, this guy's great. This show's awesome. This is interesting information. It just is undeniable fact. Like that no one can discuss. No one can debate in any way, shape, or form the actual size of these stones, where they came from. There's
all the Nazi shit. I'm just discussing Nazi shit. I'm just getting back. You know, we should go back to Tepe, Gunung Padang, and the Great Pyramid, because there's some more stuff involving archaeology and lack of excavations that are actually pretty significant. So going back to the Tepe, one of the photos of Jamie that you showed earlier was before excavations began, and you noticed that there was no trees there. So one of the controversies is that there's some 800 trees that were planted on the site a full decade after excavations began, and the trees are buried or were planted on top of ancient ruins, which stands to not only destroy the ruins, but also highlights that they can't excavate what's underneath them when the trees are there. And so here's before and after.
So what's the conventional explanation for why they planted all these trees over a site that they know is filled with ruins underneath it?
So when this was a property owned by farmers, and the Turkish government wanted to purchase the land for them, and the owners felt that they were being lowballed. So what they did was they planted olive trees on top of the site in order to increase the value of the land, which for me, when I first heard this, I'm like, I don't understand, this doesn't make sense to me. Göbekli Tepe is already priceless, the world's oldest and most mysterious ancient site on Earth. It's priceless. Now, to be fair, and Dan, you harp on this, and I agree with you.
It's government. If the feds are going to buy your land for a highway, they don't care what's underneath it. If you're an Indian burial ground or what, what's this land worth? In this city, it's this kind of property. So they made it an orchard instead of a desert.
Now, here's the thing, though. Of all things, they planted olive trees, and there's something that was enacted. It's called the olive law in Turkey in the 1930s, where it's illegal to cut down olive trees in Turkey. So I'm like, well, that's interesting.
And let me ask you this real quick. Imagine being the owner of that property, and you found these ruins here. You got all these people coming out. They're paying you money to check shit out. You're selling all kinds of stuff, and now the government's going to take it from you. You've had it for 10 fucking years. Now the government's saying it's theirs. So you go out and you start planting trees. So when you dig a hole to plant that tree, you find an artifact. Do you put that in the pile of artifacts to hand to Bob Schmidt, or do you put that in the pile to sell to the antique collector that's not going to tell anybody? Obviously, you put it in, he's pissed off. My opinion is that guy sold a ton of fucking artifacts while that was going down. That he just knew, why would he do it? Now, are there artifacts connected to Göbekli Tepe? Oh, they find stuff. No pottery or anything, but they have found like one of the biggest things is a bunch of chunks of stone. Like the archaeologists even they call them microchip, which would be like a tiny little piece. That's still technically an artifact. So there's a lot of that kind of stuff. There are a lot of bones that have been charred and things like that. But there's nothing too terribly amazing. Nothing too crazy. But again, that's the kind of stuff that would possibly that's where my skepticism can get a little cynical. You know, I'm of the opinion if the anti-Chitra mechanism would have been identified as what it is and they pulled it out of the ocean, it would have never made it to a museum. That there was somebody. I was like telling Jim last night we were having dinner. If the reports of giant bones, which you see in the 1930s from guys over in New Mexico, and they're bringing them back to the Smithsonian, they just never made it there. And if they really did find giant bones, which I'm skeptical of, but if they did, it's probably an advertisement to sell them while they're traveling these things across the country. Oh, this happened to lose them along the way. They came over and bought them. This has been a problem since day one, and especially about one of these old school Rockefeller type billionaires who really love to control information and everything. You know, if you have access to something that's just undeniably throws the whole timeline into question or throws a narrative human into question. Now you got some power with that artifact, don't you? So I'm of the opinion that that's been a problem. Like I don't believe in that they're alive. I think you know that they're alive. You glossed over the Antarctic. Because they're not going to get that one's fast. It's crazy. That is how old is it? It's like 2,000 years old. 2,000 years old. It's a hand-carved brass machine that you use to it tracks the cycles of the moon, the Earth, and different planets in our solar system. Brilliant. Yeah. And they didn't know what it was they found. It was like some corroded up gears, and then they start doing some sort of I don't even know how they did it, how they understand all the different pieces of it, because it's all corroded together. But they use some sort of scanning mechanism, correct? To see if you can find what it actually looks like. You can buy replicas of it nowadays. They make little boxes. That's what it looked like when they found it. Yeah. But now, show what it looks like when they've done a scan of it.
I found it. The sheep most dead. There's
the sea, shaking in fear and mumbling about a heap of dead naked people. He's one group of Greek divers runs to the island of Simi, who are searching for natural sponges. They sheltered from a violent storm on the tiny island of Antikythera, between Crete and mainland Greece. When the storm subsided, the divers sponges chanced upon a shipwreck full of Greek treasures. The most significant wreck of the ancient world has been found up to that point. The dead naked people with marble sculptures scattered on the seafloor, along with many other artifacts. Soon after, the discovery prompted the first major underwater archaeological dig in history. So see if you can find what this mechanism looks like, what it actually looks like.
There's a replica.
Yeah, so this is a replica of this thing. This incredible piece of engineering from 2,000 years ago, where all these years and all these planets, and you can figure out where everything was. How'd they do this? How'd they do this? And this is beyond what we ever thought was available.
No, there is a YouTube channel that a guy goes through. I forget his name, but he does go through and he makes one of these with old school tools. But he's making the gear by hand. He's making the wire by hand. He's a dork. Yes.
This is great. Bring him on the show.
Greatest possible version of a dork. But it's fun to watch. But incredible. But at the end of the day, they say that's interesting to be able to recreate it. But the planning of it, that's really where the engineering matters.
And then you have to take into consideration, what is this based on? What knowledge was available back then that we did not think was? So we're talking about 2,000 years ago. This is the time of Christ. We did not think that they had any kind of machines that were in any way similar to that thing. What else don't we know? Right? What else is lost? And how much of that stuff is lost? Like if this is 2,000 years ago, in fact, corroded, what does 10,000 years do to it? Right?
Right. And the fact that you found it on the ocean.
This is what's important to understand. And this is another lie that Blake Diller told about the number of shipwrecks that they find. And not only that, but what would be left over after just a few thousand years. And that when they find these 1,000-year-old shipwrecks, they don't find any wood. You just find the pottery. So you just know where the shipwreck is because there's a bunch of gold on the ground. It's pots. But if you go back 10,000 years before that, how much is the surface of the floor of the ocean shifted? How much of that stuff has been covered up? How much is it? 10,000 years is so long. Now, what if it's 20,000? What if it's 30,000? To say we don't know is the correct thing. It's the correct thing to do, and that's what nobody wants to do.
There's a hypothesis that's more of a like a mental name, what do you call it? Like a mind key, like a way to make your brain think. It's called the Silurian hypothesis. Silurians are a Doctor Who monster that supposedly lived on Earth like millions of years before humans. Wake up one day and they find all these monkeys running around and they decide they don't like it. So the hypothesis is, how would you determine if there was a species where an advanced civilization lived on the Earth for a million years, 5 million years? As soon as we have fossil fuels, as long as we have the first bit of oil has been created on the planet, you could have a civilization like ours. So what would you look for? The only conclusion is maybe nuclear stuff. If they tested like any nuclear power plant, we must have found some radioactive material. But beyond that, not a goddamn thing. After 10 million years, you can find a fucking bit of it. That's what their conclusion is, and this is a scientific thing. This is something that's thoughtful. That's what it's called. It's something that they use in science, in archaeology, and history and stuff, supposedly, to look at that problem. But these guys, obviously, didn't do that. Like I said, he thinks people are stupid. He said right here on the sitting in the room that, oh, well, you know, it doesn't matter how long something's underwater. You might think that it matters how long something's underwater, but it really doesn't. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Of course, anybody knows that. Of course, they think this in terms of whether or not you're going to find it. Right? They haven't done like a comprehensive LiDAR scan of the bottom of the ocean floor. They just have not done that. It's not possible right now. But if they did do it, who fucking knows what they want to do there?
Well, here's where things get nuts, is that here we are talking about things as far as tens of thousands of years. So we do have a site that Graham Hancock highlighted in season 1 of Ancient Apocalypse called Gunung Padang in Indonesia. You may have a folder on this. So this pyramidal structure could potentially be 27,000 years old. It's hotly debated. But as Graham Hancock highlighted, there is a subterranean tunnel and chamber which may have those dates, and it's not being excavated. and a geologist, Danny Nanawajawa. I never pronounced it correctly. Forgive me, Danny. But he is a geologist that analyzed the ground penetrating radar, and he said there's strong likelihood that it's man-made. Now, the skeptics, the academics will say, well, it's probably just a lava tube because the structure is volcanic in nature. But something interesting has happened. That back in 2014, the Indonesian government said that they were willing to allocate unlimited resources and funding to excavate the site. Something shifted a handful of years ago where they're not excavating it now. And as of today, there's no plan in place to find out what that subterranean chamber is. So if it was indeed man-made, we don't know. It could be natural, it could be man-made, but we're never going to know what it is until we go digging.
And right now, know for sure is that people occupied the land above it after that.
100%. 100%. That is a man-made structure. It was volcanic in nature, but they terraced it. It's a pyramidal-like structure. It's not a pyramid.
And we do have examples over and over again of truly ancient things, unexplainable things, where people built more crude versions above it.
All over the world.
The lava tubes. There's all kinds of places in South America where they have a pyramid built on top of a spring. The lava tube could have been a cave that was sacred that they just kept embellishing. Saying it's just a lava tube, not a man-made tunnel down there, is a non sequitur. Anybody who knows anything about ancient history could understand how a sacred site can have a pyramid built on top.
Let's take a bathroom break.
Yes.
We'll come back. Okay, so where were we?
We're about the lack of excavations at Penang, and this should segue into something that's very, very interesting, which is the Great Pyramid of Giza. I've already said that Göbekli Tepe is arguably not just the oldest, but the most mysterious ancient site on Earth because it's not supposed to exist. However, the Great Pyramid of Giza, I would say, probably trumps it from the standpoint that it's just so mysterious, its sophistication, as well as the fact that we have no idea how it was constructed. And it's arguably the most debated structure in all of human history for two standpoints. One of which is that so many people debate on whether it was built to be a tomb for the pharaohs or whether it was some sort of lost technology and had some other purpose, whether it's energy or whatever it may be, which is a fascinating topic. And I'll have a story involving me visiting it there with a certain person that really it's a story in itself. But let me say this. So there, back in 8 years ago, back in 2016, through Muon technology, they discovered that there's a hidden chamber in the Great Pyramid, which is massive. Jamie, I have a folder on this Great Pyramid Hidden Void. And it was established in 2017 through a scientific study. So we're talking discovered 8 years ago, corroborated, 8 years ago, corroborated 7 years ago in a study.
So we can call it a debate at all.
Is that a rough interpretation of the shape?
Yes, they don't know the exact shape of it. They have an approximate size and an approximate shape.
So now, many theorize that it is a second so-called Grand Gallery. It was originally thought to be 30 meters long. Now they have it at over 40 meters long, so almost 150 feet. And it is above the so-called Grand Gallery. And so when they first discovered it, Zahi Hawass came out of the woodwork and denounced it and said, this is nothing, and he said they're going to spend a few years debating with the international community on how to go about it. Brother, that was 7-8 years ago, almost rounding up to a decade. And as of today, there is no plan of any kind to go and find out what's in there.
So they would have to go through the walls to get to it?
No, actually, they could just drill a half-inch diameter hole, set a little tube camera through it, and they could figure out what's in there by the end of the week.
Get an endoscope right there, just like when you go to the doctor.
And here's what's so important about this. We're talking about the most debated and arguably the most important structure in all of human history. Was it a tomb? Was it a lost technology? We have no idea how they built it. That's the only thing that's more debated than that is how did the Egyptians construct the pyramid? So many theories have already been debunked on it. We just don't know how they did it.
2,300,000 stones that were supposedly all put in place within 20 years.
Right.
The reign of the pharaoh.
The 20 years part, I've referred to that as like the gateway drug to becoming a pyramidian. That 20 years thing's the stupidest fucking thing. Any guy who's ever stacked bricks for 5 minutes knows that is absurd. But they just run with that because, you can't. That's one of the weird things. The written record is more robust to them than the actual science. Like the carbon dating for the pyramid and the written record are a couple hundred years off. All the entire fourth dynasty, the carbon dating is a couple hundred years off. They just come up with some explanation for it and stick to that written record.
Well, my favorite is when they look at the 5,000-year mark is legit. Like, that is really weird, guys. It is. Like, why are you conveniently ignoring all this other stuff while validating the more recent?
Because it contradicts the textbooks they already wrote.
Contradicts the educator.
That dynamic, really quick, that dynamic, you mentioned Christopher Dunn. When he saw one of my recent videos about 2 months ago, me and him are going to start, he's going to come on my channel, and each artifact that he's covered, we're going to discuss one at a time. He knows I don't believe in ancient high technology, and he told me, basically, to summarize what he said, is that he is tired of having either yes men or cynics. He wants somebody that doesn't agree with him to sit down and have a conversation about these things, and that'll be honest, and we can actually get somewhere. And it was like the guy's been waiting 40 years for I have a fucking GED, and I work as an electrician. I should not be the one sitting in the chair next to the man, but all the people qualified to do it want to treat him like he's an idiot.
Right. And his theory is very fascinating. It's some sort of a power plant generated hydrogen, and it's feasible.
It's wild, and I got to tell you, you know, when we walk through the Great Pyramid, there's nothing about it that resembles anything like a tomb. It seems like it was some sort of industrial function that had a function of some kind. So here's the story, and I have his permission to share it. So I had, the only thing more wild than the topic of the mysteries of lost ancient civilizations is the diverse nature of people that are into this topic. So I had the pleasure of connecting with George St. Pierre, the GOAT, the great legendary UFC fighter. And because of him is how I went with him to Baalbek. He had unique connections, and I was able to go with him, and we connected. And then I went with him from there to Egypt. And we went inside the Great Pyramid. It was his first time in there. And we basically tipped the guard, I'll just say it. And we had the King's Chamber alone to ourselves for a few minutes. And we were with Yusuf Aliyan, who's the son of late Hakim Abdullah Aliyan, who is the mentor of John Anthony West. And he was in the Pyramid Code. And so George laid in the so-called sarcophagus. And Yusuf did the Om. I can't do it, but you do it with your throat. And he does it inside the box, and it makes the whole granite box vibrate. I've experienced it. It's wild. It feels the reverberation off the stone. So he did that to George laid in it, and he did it for about a minute. And so George comes out of the box. His eyes were wide open. And he said, yeah, there he is. He said, I'm coming out of retirement. I'm going to win the title. And he just started pacing around the room. So fast forward 3-4 hours later, I'm in the hotel pool with him.
What year was this?
Just last year, September of 2023. And just to clarify, at that time he was considering doing a grappling match. That's not what he was talking about. He was talking about winning the UFC world title again. So fast forward a few hours later, I'm at the hotel, the Mina House, Marriott hotel pool with the pyramids overlooking us. I'm like, hey George, you said you were thinking about coming out of retirement. And he's like, I love his accent. No, Jimmy, I'm not coming out of retirement. And I said, well, what made you say that? He's like, he thought about it. He's like, just how I felt. So just to clarify, arguably the GOAT, although him and John Jones, they're comparable, just different, but the GOAT. And his first inclination out of coming out of the box with his eyes wide open was like, I'm coming out of retirement. I'm going to win the title. And I asked him, and he's like, no, I'm not going to do it. It's just how I felt in the moment. And I'm like, when people talk about it in the context of it being some sort of energy device, some people have speculated that with all these legends of humans living to hundreds and even thousands of years, some people have proposed that maybe it was a DNA restoration. I have no idea what it was. I just don't think it was a tomb. I think it was something else. I think it was a functional structure of some kind. But the fact that someone like him, with his history and his accomplishments, the fact that that was the first thing that he felt coming out of that box after doing the reverberation thing is a story. Like, I don't know what to make of it.
I think that's normal.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think a guy like that has always got it in the back of his head.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, that's the highlights of his life. When he was conquering everyone in the welterweight division, he was the greatest fighter on the planet Earth. It's the highlight of his life. So anytime he gets an elevated feeling, I'm sure that's one of the reasons why, like a lot of old fighters, they drink a lot or they do drugs. I think they're trying to, they experience highs that most people could never imagine. Right. And I think whenever they experience a new high, some new thing, they get in their head, I'm going to fucking come back. And they want to chase that dragon.
Right.
The ring with Jake Paul. Sorry.
That probably had more to do with money.
Yeah.
But it's just this thing that just is in every one of those people.
Yeah, that makes sense. Although the fact that he's laying inside the Great Pyramid, and you would almost think that'd be the furthest thing from his mind at the
No, it's
time.
an elevated experience. So, right? So it's an elevated experience. It makes him very excited. And when a guy like that is very excited, he thinks about the most exciting thing he's ever done. He's like, I'm going to fucking go do it again.
We got to get you in that box. We got to get you in the Great
I'd
Pyramid.
like to go in the box. I'd like to go there. I really would. It's just a matter of carving out the time.
Right.
And I really have to do it. But especially, let's see what happens with the world. But
Right.
It's just the world just keeps getting sketchier and sketchier in certain parts of the world.
Right.
You know, sadly. Yeah, sadly.
But-
It'd be nice to visit.
Going back to the point of this hidden chamber,
Yeah.
like what is so?
Why would you not want to explore that?
It makes no feasible sense. Like, let's just say that, well, first of all, whether it was a tomb or something else, we could find out by going in there. Maybe there's a pharaoh in there. Maybe we'd instantly know that, okay, all this conjecture and debate is now been put aside. We know that there could be treasure there.
Actually, for real.
And here's
Right.
something else.
Right.
A lot of conjecture as far as a lost technology. Could there be some sort of evidence of a tooling on how they constructed it? Could there be evidence of how it was constructed itself? Even if it's a completely empty room and nothing else, we still would have learned something new.
Right.
In fact, I've joked to other people like, hey, they could turn this into a pay-per-view event. I bet you 100 million people around the world.
Just make it.
Yeah, I know. But even if there's nothing in it, it's still a win because we will learn something new.
Yeah.
And it is, look, the academics will say, well, we don't want to damage the pyramid anymore. I'm like, okay, I respect that. But the thing is already a wreck. They use tons of dynamite to blast their way in it. The casing stones are all blown
They
off.
drill
The thing-
holes in it on the regular to check
Right.
things. It's
It-
not.
I don't so between Göbekli Tepe not being fully excavated, Gunung Padang, as well as the Great Pyramid, arguably the three oldest and most mysterious ancient sites on Earth, for some reason are not being appropriately excavated.
Isn't there a chamber under the Sphinx as well?
Well,
They
there's tunnel.
yeah, there's something there, but they're not. It's smaller and Zahiwa stuff is no down the train in the chamber that's down there. They say that there's supposed to be something more there, but like that's dicey as far as what they know for sure.
They have never released any photos or video or of any kind underneath the Sphinx. So it's like, okay, just stick a camera in there with a flashlight and show us that there's nothing in there. Like,
Or just show us what it is. It shows the wall.
they say there's nothing in there. And I'm like, okay, well, show me what nothing looks like.
Right.
So, like, I'm just look. I'm an outsider in this, and I have an
But you're
inquisitive
not.
mindset.
You're not. You're a human being on planet Earth, and you're a part of history.
And you know what? Every single person alive has an inherent right to know the
Yeah.
true history of our origins, and I don't care what country you're born in, because
Right.
people have come after me like, it is none of your business what's happening at Göbekli Tepe. You're not a Turkish citizen, and I say, excuse me, they elected for it to become a World Heritage Site, so they have thrown that out the window. It is everyone's business. It surely is.
That's silly.
That's a silly.
It's a silly argument. It doesn't make any sense. It's the
You don't
history.
have any place to weigh in on Nazi Germany because you don't live in Germany.
It's the people of Earth. It's like we have a very fractured understanding of the history of the people on Earth. Göbekli Tepe is an excellent piece of evidence that points to that. We don't really understand why they did it or who did it. And there's probably more of those things out there that we missed. The Sahara Desert is the greatest example. Right? If they did some sort of very comprehensive examination of the Sahara Desert, like say if technology advances to the point where they could do like some really comprehensive like underground scanning of that entire part of the continent, who fucking knows?
Yeah, only 5% of the Sahara has been studied as far as like say with the use of LiDAR technology.
Right.
They're using it from space, and they keep finding new structures that are prehistoric. They don't know who made them or when. And throughout the
Seeing it
Sahara,
from space.
yeah, it's
Use LiDAR from space.
It's called archaeology from space, and they use satellites. So this is what's interesting is that they can use satellites with LiDAR that can penetrate, like, I might be butchering this, but I want to say 10 meters. I could be off on that, but it's a substantial amount of depth from a satellite penetrating through dirt. I'm like, who would have thought that could even exist?
Right.
Pretty amazing.
It is.
We have good evidence that they didn't have that.
No, they probably have satellites.
I mean, I guess their orbit would decay.
Yeah, well,
After a
actually,
while.
yeah, fly back into
Yeah,
it.
because ours do.
You know, there's a couple things about the Gunung Padang worth mentioning. When they were excavating like that, the president was of the same opinion that Dr. Dani Nadi Wajawa is that like it looked even like Plato was right, and it's like Atlantis is in Indonesia. So the president of Java back then believed that was the case, and he was throwing money at it. When he lost his bid to be reelected and somebody else took over, he was the one that shot everything down. He's in more lockstep with the archaeologists and stuff, the mainstream guys. So that's one of the reasons it was a changing of the guard is why all of it just stopped. So one guy was into it, the next guy wasn't.
Well, here we go. Just open up the window.
Yep, there it is.
Here we go, Jimmy. So the WF conspiracy, it is nothing more than a conspiracy theory. I am not at all convinced that there's something here with them trying to suppress ancient history. Let me be clear. But there is a correlation between what's going on at Göbekli Tepe and Gunung Padang that the minister, so this is a government position, the Minister of Technology, Education, Research, and Technology, something along those lines in Indonesia, this gentleman came into power, I believe, in 2018. His name's Naeem, or something Nakaram. I have a slide of him in my Gunung Padang thing. He's a global shaper within the World Economic Forum, and he is the head decision maker of excavations that would or would not happen, this gentleman, at Gunung Padang. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying he's suppressing it. And I'm not saying that the WEF is trying to suppress our ancient history. All I'm sharing here is that it just so happens that the gentleman that's in charge of decision making, let me be clear, I said it earlier, they went from saying that there will be unlimited resources and funding to excavate Gunung Padang. It stopped. And as of right now, there's no plan in place to do it. And I'm just sharing that the person who would make that decision or has the power to do so happens to be a global shaper. And Klaus Schwab, the former head of the World Economic Forum, I have a video of him gloating about how they've infiltrated government cabinets, the media all over the world, and are enacting their initiatives.
Our young global leaders.
Yes, so they infiltrated the cabinets. It's very good. You can see what.
Did you see the photo of him in the bathroom?
No,
I love to see.
No, please
There's a
show us.
photo of him in our bathroom here with the fucking crazy Darth Vader outfit on.
Oh, yeah. That was bizarre.
The wackiest fucking outfit ever. If you're, it's so on the nose.
I know.
You're an evil supervillain.
He looks like a Bond villain. James Bond villain.
More crazy than that. Like more crazy than a Bond. See if you can find that photo.
Yeah.
More crazy than a Bond villain, like a Star Wars villain.
Yeah.
So
He's a Sith Lord or
you have to
something.
be a crazy person to put that fucking thing on and go out in public, unless it's a Halloween costume.
Yeah.
Like it's a bizarre outfit for you to wear. And if everyone's worried about these secret societies and people that are in control of pulling the strings of the world, what are they worried about? They're worried about fucking crackpots that dress like this. That's what they're worried about. Eyes wide shut parties, like that kind of shit. You got that photo?
Okay,
Fucking crazy.
And he wore
that photo right there. That's the one we have in the bathroom. Right. Yeah. In front of the podium at the World Economic Forum.
Wow.
What is that fucking photo? What is that outfit you're wearing, sir?
That looks like something from some like 1970s dystopian film.
Yeah, 100%. Like Metropolis or something.
Yeah. It's Death Race 2000. The
Yeah,
original.
that picture right there. That outfit's so crazy. Imagine someone, what is that fucking photo? What is that outfit you're wearing?
Oh, yeah, he got an honorary doctorate. This is at a university somewhere here.
It's fucking crazy. That's what you're wearing there anyway. What are you doing? You guys got through it. It's so weird.
So again,
Another outfit. Look at that one.
that's AI generated this. Okay. Yeah. So when I look at Göbekli Tepe involved in my little WF conspiracy idea, it is a bit bizarre that partnership with the Doges group was literally announced at the annual World Economic Forum meeting in Davos. And I also should share this, that I may have been banned from Turkey. So this is hilarious. So after my video came out, what's his name, Dr. Kurul? So the head of archaeology in Turkey took great issue with my conspiracy theories on it, and was quoted in an article saying that I should be sanctioned, and then he followed up with like, I will be sanctioned. And I'm like, well, how are you going to keep me on Göbekli Tepe? Have I been banned from Turkey? Because American citizens don't need a visa to go into Turkey unless they're going to be there more than 90 days. So if I could apply ahead of time, like in Egypt, you can apply for a tourism visa ahead of time, and I know if I was rejected. That's what he said, is that I will be sanctioned. Yeah, they're referring to me, and I'm like, okay. Well, it means travel bans.
You're not gonna let him in the country.
It means I go to the airport and get rejected at customs potentially.
And that is possibly what would happen.
He said it will happen. I don't know that it's happened. flights to Turkey are actually a little bit pricey, and I'm like, damn it. I'm like, if I'm gonna land there and get turned around, that would suck.
Well, you might be able to make a nice video about it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, oh yeah, that would be actually, yeah, right. That's a video.
Sure. I mean, kind of like helps you.
Right. I'm over the target with Göbekli Tepe.
Or at least you're making them uncomfortable, right? You're forcing them to consider why they have chosen this. If it's just for economic reasons, which does make sense. There's so many people are already going there. Why should we spend more money? I get that.
Well, and it makes sense, and it's the most likely explanation. It's probably true, but that means that then this is an issue of either mismanagement or confidence, because it is inexcusable that, because as of right now, their plan is that it will not be fully excavated. It will not be fully excavated in any of our lifetimes. And there could potentially be answers involving our ancient past at Göbekli Tepe, and it is entirely inexcusable that we wouldn't dig it up. And I don't actually think it will take away from tourism by removing the mystery. People are 500,000 people a year are visiting it just because. And if they dig up more of it, in my opinion, that's more reason to go there.
Right. Well, what did you show, Jamie?
What's the article about the funding at
Yes.
It does say the thing about unlimited funding, but it might have been also misinterpreted by translation. How much the Jakarta Post talks about how the soldiers were using hose to excavate. They didn't like that. It mentions the first disbursement of $250,000 was put out.
Is this from 2014?
It's the same article. It shows the thing. It says unlimited amount of research funding, but it says it's taken from other funding, and then it says that there's a lack of funding right below it.
Archaeologists and other sites being on the lack of funding.
Let me just say this. My ass. All we got to do is drill a hole, stick a camera through it into the tube to figure out if it's a lava tube or something man-made. This is not expensive. It can get done for thousands of dollars, not millions of dollars. And if it is a 27,000-year-old pyramidal structure, as Graham Hancock has proposed, the data is not proven. It's hotly debated. But let me just make this crystal clear. We don't know what it is. It could potentially be the oldest ancient ruin on Earth. And we're never going to know the answer until we go looking. And it is entirely unacceptable that we're not doing it.
Well,
what is happening?
There's a thing to get like less conspiratorial, but supported from a very real position. There's a thing with science with their paradigms. They've looked at it for a very long time. With the origins of Earth sciences and history, they were expected to bear out the Bible, prove the Bible right. Then evolution, and then Darwin, and then it was gradualism. Prove the Bible wrong. There is no major global flood. And gradualism, they assumed that everything happens slowly. There's nothing catastrophic in the record, and that lasted from the late 1700s, or 1800s, all the fucking way up until 1980, when the KT dinosaur kidney meteor was accepted. Before that, there was no such thing as punctuated equilibrium, which is what they call it now, which any kid could figure out is the way the fucking world works. Slow erosion happens on the side of the bank, but sometimes there's a big flood that carves a big chunk of it. I mean, this is no-brainer shit. Life moves at a steady pace normally, and then every now and again something catastrophic happens. So my point is that if they think that digging something up is going to change a paradigm that they're expected to maintain, they're not going to fucking dig it up. This the kind of opposition that they face to overturning paradigms, like the Clovis first thing. Like when Flint was on here and he tried to play that one down. Not only were careers ruined from that, but one thing you'll almost never hear mentioned was Clovis first was version 2 of this. Before that, it was a Folsom Point and Folsom first. And many careers were ruined by people that posited that the Americans were people before the Folsom culture. Then they found the Clovis. This isn't that's not some novel time of, there was a scientific debate in the future. No. This is standard operating procedure, the way it's always fucking been done. So it's not a surprising thing that they're going to try to hide stuff. It's not a surprising
It's just
thing.
human ego
Yeah.
and control. Humans always want to be the experts, and they always want to be the one in control of the information. If the information that's new that's coming out counters their control and their expertise, they reject it. It's just ego. It's just ego.
It's just kind of messed up because I know scientists are people, but
It should all be what we know now. This is what we know now. And when new information comes along, okay, now we're thinking about it in a different way. But the problem is they publish books.
Yeah.
And these books, they've definitively given dates. We now know, we are sure that this. What are your thoughts on the dating based on whatever carbon that they could find in between the stones. Obviously, you can't carbon date stones themselves, so you have to use some sort of organic material that's around that.
The best dating is that the Great Pyramid is somewhere around 4,500 years ago. That was from organic material taken between casing stones. You could argue that the casing stones were restored because even the Romans restored parts of the Sphinx.
Right.
I don't know how old the Great Pyramid is, but if it was constructed 4,500 years ago, then our understanding of what was happening on the Giza Plateau at that time is vastly different than the people that were, if you look at any academic textbook, they show people wearing loincloths and barefoot constructing the pyramid. And that's.
Well, even the hieroglyphs, the big moving statues, it's
Right.
a bunch of guys with sandals pulling a sled.
So that depiction, which should be in my Ramesseum folder, Jamie, that one statue was only 58 metric tons.
Only? Well, compared to the other people,
It's so crazy. This is what they say. They say, well, they pulled it on a sledge, which is like a wooden sled. And I'm like, the Ramesseum statue is 15 times heavier than that other one. Yeah, this is what they always show. They always show these naked dudes. Look at a bare ass. So, just to be clear, I know, because they want to show them that they're dumb and primitive, and that like
dude with the whip, he's got some clothes on.
Right.
That guy's got clothes on. But that's kind of been debunked, right? Because one of the things that they found is that when they studied the remains that were in the enclosures where the people that worked in the pyramid lived, they're not slaves. They were fed well. Yeah, they were fed well, and it seems like they were highly skilled.
They had to have been. I mean, I tried to suss. To me, what's the most impressive thing about it is the accuracy of the pyramid to itself. It's like a perfect square with like 2 inches of deviation at 756 feet per side. That's like a tiny fraction of a percentage off. You're like machine age standards on a fucking gigantic fucking scale.
Right.
The only thing I could come up with was, and I have to test it, but like if you had a concave mirror, it creates a little circle of light like a magnifying glass does that will start a fire. At a certain distance, it's going to be the same size no matter what. So you could calibrate that, and you have to have everything exactly set up. But if you shot at a target and build up a perfect circle, you could know its exact range. That kind of thing would work because you can't measure this with ropes. You can't measure the. I mean, the ropes sag and they're affected by humidity and stuff. And again, it's 2 inches at 756 feet. That's not good.
This is taking into account the casings that were removed.
Oh no, it's not. This is just the base perimeter of the pyramid. There's an outline around the pyramid where it was kind of scratched into the ground for where they think that they use water and stuff to do leveling, and they generally measure around that, to my understanding.
And any deviation, even in millimeters, with each rock, as you get up to 2,300,000 stones to build the peak of the pyramid, any deviation on either side would fuck the whole thing up.
Oh man.
it is virtually perfect. Not quite perfect, but it is virtually.
Well, it's made by humans, allegedly,
Yeah.
or Anunnaki. Do you the Anunnaki one is the most fun because I love those stories. I love Sitchin stuff. It's just because it's the funnest possibility is that human beings were genetically engineered by a superior race that came here to mine gold.
I was telling Jim actually last night that archaeologists frequently refer to the Clovis hypothesis as elegant, and I often tell them that this is actually Chris Hitchens' stuff is even more elegant. It explains why we want gold and silver. I mean, come on. That's all around the entire world.
The gold one is the weird one because you can't make any tools out of it, you can't make weapons out of it, and yet it was the most prized metal.
And it works really good when you get to a higher level of tech all of a sudden. It's pretty useful, isn't it?
It's very useful. And then there's also the idea of suspending particles in the atmosphere.
Like Chris talks about. Yeah.
Right, which is what Bill Gates wants to do today, that fucking kook. Hey, fuckface. There's a lot of people living here. You don't get to choose when the shades get put on the earth because you have this goofy climate change narrative. I don't believe you.
Right.
I don't like that you're even talking about doing this. How about a global vote as whether or not this one asshole created Windows 95 gets to do this?
He didn't create anything. He bought the patent of that IBM guy. I love putting that on blast because it's like I think he suffers from an inferiority complex. I think that he's jealous of Elon Musk and others. I think his time in the line
is short as Tesla.
Yeah, and it makes him look like a massive douche. I think that he was once the king, the richest man on earth, and now he's not. And I think that that's all he wants.
I think, again, power, human power and ego, and especially people that have enormous resources and control over things. They don't want to relinquish that grip.
Yep.
Okay.
It's like, bro, you should be living in an all-inclusive, riding jet skis. You made it, brother. You're
Right, you
rich.
should be living like Jeff Bezos.
Right. Yeah.
On a yacht.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
That's be happy. That's what I want out of my billionaires. I want Jeff Bezos. When people criticize him, I'm like, what are you talking about? He's living the dream. All of a sudden, he's jacked. He has a super hot girlfriend. He's got a giant yacht. Fuck yeah. Flying in space with fucking Captain Kirk. Come on, Dick Rocket.
I can't figure out why he runs the Washington Post, because he owns the Washington
Well,
Post.
he's changed the shit out of it.
Has he?
Yeah, there's a big to-do about it because he released this article that we have to, or released a story rather. He wrote a piece essentially saying that you have to take divergent viewpoints. You have to take a bunch of different perspectives. We can't just be this left-wing echo chamber, and it's the reason why the business is faltering. I mean, all of these. I was just reading something about CNN's ratings and MSNBC's ratings post-election. They've crashed. All these left-wing kooks on YouTube are hemorrhaging subscribers. Where people go, you guys are out of touch. You're not accurate. You're delusional. And people are speaking with their subscriptions, and they're speaking with their purchasing of the Washington Post, and they're purchasing the New York Times. The New York Times just debunked, in the most insane way, debunked RFK Jr.'s assertion that the ingredients in Fruit Loops are different in Canada than they are in the United States. They fact-checked it while saying he was accurate. So their fact-check, it's so dumb when you see the fact. I tweeted it. The fact-check is so dumb because the fact-check says it's not correct. They have the same ingredients except for these harmful chemicals. What the fuck is this? Mr. Kennedy has singled out Fruit Loops as an example of a product with too many artificial ingredients, questioning why the Canadian version has fewer than the U.S. version. But he was wrong. The ingredient list is roughly the same, although Canada's has natural colorings made from blueberries and carrots, while the U.S. product contains red dye 40, yellow 5, and blue 1, as well as butylated hydroxytoluene, or BHT, a lab-made chemical that is used for brightness, according to the ingredient label. That is the fucking dangerous chemicals that are banned in Canada that we're trying to get rid of in America, and then RFK. So they're literally saying he was wrong, but he was right.
Yeah, that made my brain hurt just reading that.
That's the New York fucking Times.
So PewDiePie hadn't dressed like a Nazi for a while, so he didn't have anything to talk about, right?
I don't know what that's about. But this is what the New York Times is doing. So, of course, you're going to hemorrhage subscribers. Of course. You're crazy. You're saying something that's nuts. And also, what is your motivation? Like, what's your motivation for removing potentially harmful and toxic chemicals? If someone is trying to do that for the greater health of the population, if we're saying that these things have been eliminated in other countries because they've been proven to be dangerous, what is your motivation for saying he was wrong?
Well,
What else could it be? Ideology, left-wing rejection of RFK Jr., because now he's connected to Trump, which is connected to Nazis. It's like you go down this fucking weird rabbit hole with these people. Like, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to remove all leftover credibility? Are you trying to eliminate because you lost so much credibility? Are you trying to kill it all? Are you secretly working for the Chinese? Like, what are you doing?
they're all
What are
in.
you doing?
It's probably backed by Monsanto or something, because if you look at like
That
these
is
cereals,
crazy state.
That was it's to think that the media was once called the fourth estate in this country is mind-boggling, honestly. To think that we used to consider them the fourth estate of government, that it was like this big, our father's generation, that's what they considered Ted Koppel, and it's fucking.
Well, what I'm hoping is that what Jeff Bezos has said about the Washington Post, and I know what CNN is considering doing, and they've made some sort of a trend towards a more objective form of journalism, but they're still compromised by the sponsors. They're still compromised by the advertisers. They're so compromised that I don't know if they can ever get to where they really need to be to compete with actual, objective, real journalists that are independent. Because I don't think they can. So it's kind of crazy. It's like they're digging their own grave.
Yep.
Every day. and then they're lashing out at all the other people that aren't digging their own graves. Like, you guys are so crazy.
They're doing it to themselves, and now it's like, what is it, citizen journalist? How did Elon Musk put it? It's like, you are now the journalist, or how, I'm misquoting him, but
X is mainstream media now. That is the mainstream media. That's where most people are getting their news now.
the view speak for itself, you know?
Like, it's not just the views, it's the community knows. The fact that you can actually fact check these things. And then you have all these brilliant people that are participating in this live debate in real time online about what's real and what's not. And you're finding specifically the when they found the Twitter files.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ, the FBI is involved in this? Like, what the fuck is going on? It's just, you're banning journalists? You're banning scientists? Like, this is really crazy.
Yeah, and it's bad for society. But, you know, it's caused irreparable harm with misinformation.
And it's not. So it's bad initially, but then ultimately it's good. Because ultimately, we learn who you can and can't trust. And you say, well, who's just honest and accurate? Because there's a lot of money in being honest and accurate. Yeah. You know, this is what's crazy. Like, all these independent journalists are doing really well. Well, because they don't have a fucking giant building in Atlanta that's filled with 1,000 workers, right? So they don't have the overhead for terrible ratings. Yeah. Terrible ratings and a massive overhead. Like, you're kind of fucked. Yeah. So it's great for us that it leads to the rise of these guys like Matt Taibbi, that used to be part of the system and now are independent. Glenn Greenwald, all these types of people. Michael Schellenberger, people that you can actually trust. They're going to tell you the truth because there's actually money in telling the truth.
Yep.
It's a great business model.
It's course corrected and good proof of it, and all these other people, you know, whether it's Tucker Carlson, many others. Like, yep. You know,
there is a course correction, and the problem is they've dug their heels in so much, and they'll write articles like that New York Times article. They're so crazy. They updated it. Oh, congratulations!
They changed the wording a little bit. Here's what it looked like.
They changed it. They got busted. Well, it's because it got like 10 million views on X. Yeah, they got blasted. They got blasted everywhere. Well, that's why do they have to double things? So this is what they said here. Why do we have fruit loops in this country that have 18 or 19 ingredients? Go to Canada, it's 2 or 3, Mr. Kennedy asked. He was wrong on the ingredient count. They are roughly the same. But they're still missing the whole fucking point. So the ingredient count is roughly the same. So there's still 19 ingredients in the Canadian version, but it's all just like sugar and wheat and like carrot dye and blueberry dye and whatever the fuck else they have. They found a factual error that they can pull out instead of addressing what he was saying. To me, what he's saying is that all these things, these dyes, are all illegal in Canada and also illegal in other countries.
It's poison. Cereal is one of the worst things you can consume.
It's delicious. But I wonder if it's just as delicious in Canada, which is crazy. Like, I don't need it to be flavored or colored by fucking dye when you can get it from beets or whatever. Yeah, the dye thing's crazy. The red dye 40 is actually kind of a big problem. There's a lot of kids that have ADD kind of symptoms from red dye 40. Well, I mean, if you're left alone to your own devices and you're a child like I was, you would just fucking pour a bowl of that cereal. I took it load.
Yeah.
You know, I would eat fucking Captain Crunch until I had a fucking heart attack.
Like Lucky Charms eating just the marshmallows.
Oh, yeah. This is bullshit. Where's the marshmallows? The Saturday morning cartoon. Yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah, you're getting cracked out to Bullwinkle. Oh, yeah. And you're just eating bowls
That sugar high.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even know that sugar was bad for you because, again, another fucking conspiracy that turned out to be true. The scientists got bribed by the sugar industry to push all the blame on saturated fat. That's why everybody started using margarine and all this stupid shit. It's so plastic.
Unless it was,
so crazy. You know, if you leave margarine out, rats don't even eat it.
I was about to say that. You'll see ants that will be eating natural butter, but they won't touch margarine.
Yeah, they eat each other. They don't fuck with margarine. Like,
something to be said for that.
It's glue.
It's chemical.
It's industrial oil.
Yeah.
It's like really weird. It used to be used for engine lubricant. Like, whoa, it was great on toast. We're so stupid. We're so fucking stupid. It's wild when you think about it. The things that we will do, like the Milgram experiment I mentioned before, the experiment they did back after everybody was wondering here in the States why the Nazis were able to convince rank and file and normal people to do fucked up stuff. So they got guys in the lab coat
and they found about 30% of the people, if they were told, would shock them all the way up to killing the guy.
Yep.
And that kind of appeal to authority, that kind of worshiping of authority is really, they're gutting it right now, and they're paying the price.
Well, it's just dangerous because authority has a massive responsibility to be accurate. And with that comes humility and the understanding that we don't know everything. It's not possible, which is why we're constantly studying things. And this need to be accurate and need to be correct and need to be the only one who has access to this information to educate people is preposterous. It's really crazy, especially when it comes to something like ancient history, which is why your channel is so popular and your channel and Graham Hancock's shows are so popular, and why these people that want to hold on to that throne are so adamant about labeling them with every possible horrible pejorative.
But yeah, that's a really easy way to get them out. Like I said, they're losing authority right now. Like we're talking about mainstream media or legacy media, I guess you could call it, falling apart and stuff. What I mentioned about PewDiePie earlier, if you remember about 10 years ago, the Adpocalypse, I think it was actually a Wall Street Journal article, but it was a legacy media that wrote about PewDiePie, and they fucking threw him under the bus. They misconstrued him and everything else, and the effects were very real. It slapped YouTube content creators across the board. If you look up Adpocalypse, you can read all about it.
Well, they've actually dropped some of the bans on X now, which is great.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, a sign of the culture shifting also after the election.
There's a lot of
realizing that there's actually a lot of money in advertising there, like what you fucking retarded.
Right.
Everybody's there. It's the number one platform on earth for people discussing things.
It's the
Why
future.
would you advertise there? Because you're trying to bleed that guy out, but you fuck with the wrong dude. He's crazy. He's got more money than anybody. And he's like, I don't care. I'm buying it. You buy it for twice what it's worth. They're like, Twitter has lost $20 billion in value. He's a terrible businessman. No, he overpaid. He overpaid substantially to try to save free speech.
Yeah, this was what you would call an activist investment.
Well, he's just a rare cat who's willing to do something like that. There's not a lot of people that are willing to lose billions. Look at this Apple Card.
I'm so glad he's on the right side of history. That guy's a hero. He's a living hero, and X is the future. That is going to be the biggest platform on earth. That's his goal, right?
Well, it certainly already is, and probably will grow. And they keep saying people are going to Blue Sky. Do you know if you go to Blue Sky and you type "there's only 2 genders," you're banned instantly?
Yes, I saw the streets
People
were
doing
doing
it.
it.
Yeah, well, Blue Sky is just the newest echo chamber of the old Twitter.
There's all kinds of people
like pink dorks.
Yep.
They're going to go over there and let their brains rot out in an echo chamber.
I've been picking on all of my friends in the real world that were laughing at, I forget the name of the site that Rumble, when everybody was like, oh, the right wingers going to Rumble, ha 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 ha. Now it's like, oh, you guys are running the Blue Sky, ha 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 ha. Isn't it fucking funny how that works?
Yeah, shout out to Rumble. Rumble's been so good to me. Let me give Chris Pavlovsky a shout out, the CEO of Rumble. I had the pleasure of meeting him, and they've been treating me real good.
Rumble's great.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
Yeah, full on free speech, whether you're on the left or the right, whatever it is.
Anything I want. Anything I want within, as long as it's not violence or something like that.
Of course.
Yeah, so I recommend people.
Everything is legal, which is what it's supposed to be. And that's what the First Amendment is supposed to apply to. And this is one of the great things about this administration that's coming in, is that Donald Trump wants to apply the First Amendment to all these sites. He wants to stop all this big tech banning, which is, by the way, was terrible for him in 2020. I mean, it's election interference. It truly is, because you're eliminating one complete side of the argument. It's supposed to be one side thinks this, the other side thinks that. They get together and discuss it, and you, as the person outside of it, gets to see who makes a more compelling argument. And the wonderful thing about community notes is you get to see whether or not someone's bullshit. So let's find out what's right and what's wrong, what's true, what's not. That's what it's supposed to be. But the problem with that is then you don't really have control of the election. And that's what they found out in 2024. They don't have control of it anymore. You can get Beyonce and pay her $10 million. It doesn't fucking work. It doesn't work anymore. No one cares. No one believes them. They don't trust them. They make terrible life choices. And you're like, well, clearly you're not a person I'm going to listen to when it comes to who's going to run the fucking world, Taylor Swift. Right? Shut the fuck up. This is crazy, Eminem. What are you talking about? How much have you lost? I mean, I want to sit Eminem down with like a political scholar and like tell me what you know about the invasion of Ukraine. What do you know about the coup in 2014? What do you know about NATO? Moving weapons closer and closer. What do you know about the violation of the treaty that we have? What the fuck fuck are you doing, man? You shouldn't be doing this. This is not the thing for you to be doing here.
These people have no idea what they're talking about. They're all puppets. They're people that don't do any research on their own, and they're just told what to think, or they're compromised.
Well, I think they were getting paid, and I think that's what's even weirder is that you're allowed to pay people to endorse you for president, which is crazy.
Yeah, over 2.5 million. Not a million. They thought now it's 2.5 million.
I said that to Jamie, but that seems to be like production costs would seem at least slightly elevated for an event. But the weird one was like the Beyonce one. If it's true, and there's a lot of sites reporting it as it is true, but we tried to look, Jamie, it's hard to find what's true and what's not true because there's a lot of money that was paid to staff, but it's like unclear what that means. And then it's unclear where they burned all the money. And then there's also the money that went to these activist groups. And we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars they paid people to support this administration, which is kind of supposed to be the other way around. Aren't these groups supposed to be paying money to prop up the campaign because the campaign believes in them? No, you're paying these activist groups to support you, which is just crazy. Also, it didn't work.
It didn't work at all.
Like, you went through $1 billion+ in 3 months. This is so crazy, and you're in debt.
I think a lot of people made some money in the process. That money went somewhere. Where is it now?
That's part of the problem with climate change. That's part of the problem with everything is that it's profitable to spit out a narrative, and that there's a lot of money being moved around. And this is money in politics. And as much as we can get that out, we need to. And I think one of the most important things about getting that out is this whole thing about pharmaceutical drug companies being able to advertise, which changed in the 1990s. We have to recognize that before the 1990s, pharmaceutical drugs could not advertise on TV. And guess what? We were taking way less, and we were way healthier. So this is not good, folks. This is not good. And other than Ozempic, which is like at least curbing obesity to a certain extent, what are these drugs are doing good? Like if you look at the overall health of people, it's declining. Obesity is rising. Heart attacks are rising. Strokes are rising. All this shit is bad. We're not moving in the right direction. And yet there's tremendous resistance for change.
But it's funny to me that they would spend so much money on this election when, it's kind of clear that when one person's platform is do this, and this, the other person's platform is not him. That's like that's like a riding somebody else's coattails deliberately. She came in with the platform. I'm not Trump. So, okay, well, that's great. But, once people have pierced through the veil of Trump's going to make everything illegal and put everybody that's not white into camps and shit, once they got past that, what do you have?
Well, it's also, if you're going to develop like a real platform, you're going to run for president, I would think you would want to do that over a long period of time. Be very careful about, treat it like a defense attorney. Like if you were prosecuting this as a case, you would want to have all of your facts that show that you're correct and have all of your arguments, and you would want to have mock arguments. If someone comes to you and says, well, what about this, this, and that? That's not the case, and this is why that's not the case. And you would want to have all your ducks in a row. To me, it's like a fighter that takes a last-minute fight, and they've been sitting around drinking beer, and they haven't gone through a 10-week camp. Like, don't do it. Don't do it. You're not ready for this.
Right.
And if your only strategy is just like a wild punch, which is basically, he's a liar. Like, meanwhile, you're lying about him every fucking day. The Russia collusion shit, the very fine people shit, the fucking, all the thing about, taking Liz Cheney and executing her. That's all lies. You guys are just lying. And you're saying he's a liar, but yet you're lying all the time. And you're doing it like it's 1995 and there's no social media. But you can't do that anymore, especially when the people that are paying attention to the podcast, well, guess what? Podcasts are 100 times bigger than anything you guys have. And people are listening to that, they know you're full of shit. And then your numbers decline even further. Yeah. So I think they were saying that CNN, how much is CNN down? Because I was seeing this on Twitter, and it's hard to know whether or not they're, it's hyperbole or whether or not it's back. But they're saying CNN's ratings are down like 50% of their peak, and MSNBC is some other preposterous number. And if they're both on the chopping block, CNN is talking about mass layoffs of talent because nobody believes them anymore. So it's counterproductive for you to use the same voices, which is why they got rid of Brian Stelton and then they brought him back,
which was so odd. I'm like, I'm looking forward to.
Talent is missing. They don't have any talent.
They're all going out of business. They're going to have to rebrand. They're going to have to get entire new management. Like, I'll never watch those programs ever again. Those networks, literally never. Like, they're dead to me now.
It's propaganda. It's at least a percentage of it's propaganda. That's unacceptable. It's unacceptable if you're the voice of the news in the world. It's unacceptable for you to have a large percentage of what you're saying to be completely full of shit.
It's funny, you can see the same pattern of attack that they throw at Trump being used against Tulsi Gabbard the last time around when she fucking nailed Kamala in the debate, and she was just like, you can stand here and say all cops are bad, but you got hundreds of thousands of people in jail and prison.
Leftist viewers deal NBC, CNN, Trump slump ratings crash. Here's why. So what's the numbers? What does it say? Does it say? The Rachel Maddow Show, for example, easily MSNBC's top-rated program, though it only airs once a week, drew just 1.3 million viewers on November 10th. 5 days after the election, a drop of 1 million viewers from the month before. 40%. In the key 25 to 54 demographic, the advertisers most covet, Maddow's numbers mark the smallest audience since her show has seen since April of 2022, and she's the number one show, which is like, they finally got a million people watch her show. It's so crazy. Hannity nearly quadrupled her with 420,000 views to her meager 109,000. She got 109,000 people in the 25 to 54.
Yeah, and
so
that's
a bunch of old cat ladies.
And airports.
Yeah, and airports. Right. Outside of Maddow, MSNBC has seen an unprecedented plunge. This is a really bad news. And what is that? For example, on Tuesday, November 11th, a week after the elections, MSNBC attracted its lowest 25 to 54 demo ratings in 23 years. Over on CNN, the demo number was the lowest it has been since June 27th, 2000, when Bill Clinton was president. For the overall week of November 6th through 13th, Fox News averaged 2.23 billion views, while MSNBC attracted a paltry 550,000, and CNN just 399,000. Think about how much money is being pumped into CNN. So go scroll back up a little bit. In fact, Fox News saw its viewership jump by 38% overall since November 5th, after dominating election night by topping all networks, drawing more than 10 million viewers. It's so bad that MSNBC's Joe Scarborough and Mika crawled to Mar-a-Lago on Friday to kiss Trump's ring, drawing scorn for their utter shamelessness after years of on-air attacks.
Real quick, let me just, what they're not including is that on Rumble, Dan Bongino and Steven Crowder had the number 1 and number 2 ratings on all election nights. So they're just mentioning mainstream networks. They're leaving out the fact that
What did Dan Bongino have?
he had over 500,000 real-time viewers live, and same with Steven Crowder. They were very comparable. They were the number 1 and number 2 platforms in the world.
Really?
Yes.
So what did CNN have at that night?
I'm not entirely sure, but it was way less. It was way less.
No,
Yeah?
that can't be.
Look it up.
I would agree that online they probably had the highest, but to compare the world watching CNN and Fox News and MSNBC that night was less than 500,000.
Maybe it's online streaming I'm referring to.
It must be, because didn't it just say Fox News has the highest ratings? They were 5.5
This doesn't
million.
have anything to do with online. I see what you're saying, like the 20 to 54-year-olds, 23 people. They're like, oh, I turn on TV, I'll watch online.
So they dominated it online.
Okay.
Okay. So either way, this is what happened after 2016 as well. Like or after 2020, right there. Once he's out of office, you can't complain about Trump anymore. Your ratings crash. Like your entire business is operating on fear. Like,
yep.
Oh, the Orange Man.
And hatred. I mean, let's be real. There's a lot of people just tune in just to get angry.
Oh, I tune in to Joy Reid just to laugh. I like to get blazed and watch that lady. Like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, when she's talking about, like, she spent an entire part of her program comparing Trump to Stalin, Hitler, and Mussolini. And MSNBC compared the rally in Madison Square Garden to the Nazi rally in the 1930s.
Oh,
Well, they're almost, I performed in Madison Square Garden, so that must make me a Nazi as well.
Yep.
Obviously, I had a
Here we
show
are.
there. I'm telling jokes.
And you just had a guy on your show talking about the swastika on 5 continents around the world 2,000 years ago.
Graham Hancock on.
Nazi stuff.
I know Graham Hancock.
Defended the martyr made guy.
Let me just say this.
More Nazi.
I encourage everyone to go watch. Everyone go watch Ancient
apocalypse.
Greyman comes in Netflix. Think for yourself. But one last thing to mention about that is that even John Hoops had compared Ancient Apocalypse. He associated it with Sandy Hook.
Yeah.
I am not kidding. This was a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
He's talking about archaeology is a canary in the coal mine, and you can tell that because you see this horrible thing happened before 9/11, and therefore they're connected. And Sandy Hook happened right around the same time as the 2012 thing. Ergo, it's just like, dude, Alex Jones can give you some advice here, buddy. You're gonna get fucking sued. Shut your mouth about Sandy Hook, man. Come on.
It's all the same things they do. It's the same thing what Dibble did, connecting it to white supremacy. They did Atlantis. It's really we're up 3 hours plus in, but
okay.
I would feel like we cheated the world.
All right.
About the reshot structure.
Let's do it.
I love your video, and I saw. I don't understand Randall's reluctance to accept this as a possibility. It's very fascinating because there's so many details, and your video that details the reshot structure, which is an incredibly strange structure. If it's not man-made, and if it wasn't at one point in time, it's some sort of a structure that was made by human beings.
It doesn't need to be. So this is one of the things that Randall says, well, it's a natural feature, so it can't be Atlantis. I'm like, well, who built Atlantis? He said it was the god Poseidon. Well, was Poseidon an actual individual? Because if you look at the ancient Greek translation, Poseidon is Lord of the Earth, which I think is a modern-day translation for Mother Nature. And humans have built on natural geological features throughout history. If you were to bring up the reshot structure from space, it's like no other place on Earth. It is a mysterious site. The consensus is that it's volcanic in nature and it's a collapsed volcanic dome, but it doesn't match anything else anywhere else on Earth as far as volcanic domes go. It matches more than a dozen similarities of the most consequential similarities to what Plato had described as the lost ancient city of Atlantis. And it's made up of concentric circles. If it had water, it specifically matches 3 of water and 2 of land. It's made up of red, black, white color stones. There's an abundance of gold in Mauritania. Elephants, which were described being on Atlantis. You won't find gold or elephants in the Azores like Randall promotes. It also has an opening at the south, which matches the description of Atlantis. There's mountains to the north, which just so happen to be called the Atlas Mountains, which are in modern-day Morocco. Well, Atlas, which is a very unique name, was said to be the very first king of Atlantis, which also happens to be the name of the very first king in Mauritania, which is where the reshot structure is located.
It's also covered in salt.
Yes, the water was there. Yeah. And there's another similarity is that Atlantis was said on those mountains that were said to be to the north, which are, again, happen to be named the Atlas Mountains. Well, there was a river that was said to be flowing from those mountains. And there's a scientific study that say the Tamanrasset River
It is
flowed
absolutely
exactly
possible. All you have to do is just have different devices, period. I'm not a bot. I'm a real person. Period. I share my camera, and I would share my camera in this Discord as well, but I'm not allowed.
Nothing can be concluded either way, but it is something that should not be ignored.
It's certainly really fascinating.
It is.
Just the fact that there's these concentric rings that match the description of Atlantis, and it's in the same spot, and the mountains are in the same spot. The opening is in the same spot. I mean,
look at that.
Whatever that is, it's really weird. Yeah, if you would imagine a city like Atlantis and the way it was described, that seems a very likely spot for it.
And let me tell you something else. A lot of people say, well, it's not an island, so it couldn't possibly be Atlantis. But what they leave out is the fact that the ancient Greek word for island was Nessos and Nesson, which had 5 meanings, one of which was island. The other was promontory, peninsula, as well as land within a continent surrounded by lakes, rivers, or springs, which matches the reshot structure. So it's like, a lot of people, and needless to say this, because a lot of people, and I think all areas should be studied, I'm not debunking the Azores. However, the fact that it's in the Sahara Desert and that the Egyptians are the ones that came up with the tale of Atlantis, that's where it originates from, which is
Yes, you can, period.
Well, Egypt's in the Sahara, and so is the reshot structure.
All you need to do is log in with your account on a different device, period. You can be in multiple VCs in different servers, period. You can't be in multiple VCs in the same server, though.
Civilization, it's not unreasonable to say that it was in the Sahara. And let me say something else. If Atlantis was described as being busy all day and all night and was a trading post, does it make sense to be in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, or is it far more feasible that it would be in the Sahara Desert, which wasn't the desert at the time? Because if it was said to be busy all day and all night with languages spoken from all over, well, then where are all these people coming from in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean to go visit it? It makes far more sense that it would be in that portion, in that region of the world.
How much work has been done excavating?
None. Zero.
Nothing, yes.
It is there's gold in the Mauritanian desert, and they don't want anyone touching it. It's
a
also
place to go.
It's very inhospitable. It's 250 miles inland, and it is. I know people who have gone out there, and it is a dangerous, inhospitable place. There's no water. It's hard to get to. You can have all the money in the world, you can still die out there.
Yeah, it's not just hard to get to, but and not just inhospitable. It's kind of war torn, kind of fucked up, kind of the kind of place where you're not gonna have to worry about somebody playing a tourist trick on you. They're just gonna take your shit.
Right.
So it's a lot of reasons that people aren't going there, but it's really interesting, even to me, where I'm a lot more skeptical of. So I do believe in a lost civilization. I do, and I think it's really interesting to find so many of those same things in the same area. It's just uncanny. Like Jim says, when it's just a stone's throw away from Egypt, really, it would make sense that they would have that package, a big chunk of those things so accurately recorded, and to find it right there, it definitely is one of the things I harp about my channel all the time. We need more honest skeptics. This is definitely the kind of thing we need real scientists to go out there and do. We don't need guys to knee-jerk and say, well, you attach it to Atlantis, so fuck that noise. It can't be. We don't need guys to say, well, it's definitely Atlantis. We just don't see here. We need boots on the ground.
And how the fuck is Atlantis, if it really is in Africa, be connected to white supremacy?
Oh, fuck. Let me touch on this one really quick, Joe. If I can hit this really fast.
It's so stupid.
The Africans are black. Hello. I'm saying the Atlanteans are black. This is what John Anthony West said on your show. He said, not only did Atlantis exist, but they were black.
African supremacists.
Look, the way that these guys attach the white supremacy thing is they go back to guys from the 1800s that wrote about Atlantis that had some old school views on race. Now, they believed in the biblical races, and the way that the biblical races came to be something you'll never find John Hoops or Point that will tell you because it guts their entire argument.
Frankly, it's not your business, period. I have a lot of devices.
After the flood, Noah gets drunk. Three of the sons that are around, one of them picks on him, laughs at him, two of them.
I am an app developer.
The one that picked on him was Ham. The African people were considered to be the Hamites. Sam, the Semitic people, were in the middle, and then the other one, the Japhethites, which eventually became the Aryans, were considered to be the white people. That was the European view of race, or up until about 150 years ago. So 200 years ago, a guy writing about Atlantis would not have thought it was an Aryan Atlantis because Aryans didn't exist until after Noah. It was one of Noah's sons. So before the flood, there was no Aryans. So anytime somebody says that all these old school shit believes in everything, all you have to do is scratch the surface, you'll find that's not the case at all. This guy didn't believe in a white Atlantis. Ignatius Donnelly did not believe in a white Atlantis, despite Clint Dibble making sure to name drop that fucker anytime he gets a chance. But they're going to make sure you think that. They're going to eliminate, because the biblical races are something most people don't know much about.
Listen, let me just say this one point. I don't care what their color of their skin was, but the legend comes from Egypt and they're fucking brown. So go get fucked with your racist argument. I don't care. Anyway.
I don't get fucked. Yeah. Gentlemen, thank you very much. It's been a lot of fun.
Joe,
really been fun. Jimmy, always great to see you.
Good to see you guys.
Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Joe.
Thank you for your channel, both of you guys. Fantastic. D-Don King, Bright Insight, awesome channels.
Follow me on X, Rumble, and Instagram. Love you all.
I'm going to be at the Cosmic Summit speaking this summer if you guys want to catch
I
me
do,
there.
period. I'm live on 8 different YouTube accounts at this very moment, period. I don't want to self-promote, though, but just in case you're aware, I do use all of the accounts.
We have some upcoming tour dates there in Colorado Springs in Colorado, Casper, Wyoming, Billings, Montana, and Missoula, Montana, Bloomington, Indiana, Columbus, Ohio, Champaign, Illinois, over there, the Fighting Illini area, Grand Rapids, Michigan, Lafayette, Louisiana, and Beaumont, Texas. You can get all your tickets at theobond.com/TOUR. And thank you so much for the support. I want to start by saying that we have reached out to Governor Walz and Vice President Harris, and we would love to have them in studio as
Yo,
well.
what's up, Frosty?
Today's guest is a senator.
I got kicked out of the karaoke Discord, dog. I'll tell you in a second. Just a moment.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Stream by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. The big question for me.
The answer is they didn't like that I streamed all the time, and that's just kind of how I do. Welcome, the Rep Boy. Hope you're doing well. So, yeah, I was in there for 48 hours, and they started to complain. And even though I was following all the rules of the server and all the terms of service of Discord, there was a moderator who was like, yep. I'm like, so I'm not doing anything wrong in the server. I'm literally singing karaoke, which is what you're supposed to do. And he's just like, yeah, well, you're not going to stream in here all the time. I don't care what you think. And then he kicked me out. Yeah, it's whatever. But yeah, but I really liked it in there. But, whatever. Not too much I can do about it. How's your day going?
You could have told him. You could have maybe told him that you would stay for a while and then quit and then come whenever you needed to.
Yeah, well, they didn't like me, and that was very clear. They would put all kinds of rules on me that I had to follow that nobody else had to follow. And even though I did follow them, they just eventually were like, yep, you're done. And then it was like, okay, well.
I don't know. I think it might have been because you were attracting a lot of random people. I don't know why, but maybe because they watch your stream, I guess, so they'd land up all of a sudden on the Discord,
It could have been.
Yeah, I think it might be that because they had a problem with that from the beginning.
Well, it was more the fact they just didn't like me in there 24/7 is what they said. Maybe I attracted different people, but they should want that as a server. They should want more people.
Yeah, it's no big deal. You should get into more channel Discord stuff because
that's a good idea. I should try to find another karaoke if they make one. I'm gonna take a look and see if there are any others, perhaps, if I can find and join, and hopefully they don't get mad at me.
I'm pretty sure there's the people who were kind of trolling hard on the voice. I'm pretty sure they come from this server, maybe. Or maybe they found you on that server. So they're yeah.
Yeah, it could be. They could have shared them. I'm not sure.
I know the kind of stuff. The majority of people on the internet are kind of like that.
People are just mean. I find that people are very, very mean.
Why didn't we do it sooner? And why did it take so long? Why did we?
we wait until after 12,000 years ago, really after 10,000 years ago, to start seeing the beginnings of civilization.
The following conversation with Graham Hancock, a journalist, the author, who for over 30 years has explored the controversial possibility that there existed a lost civilization during the last ice age, and that it was destroyed in a global cataclysm 12,000 years ago. He is the presenter of the Netflix documentary series Ancient Apocalypse, the second season of which has just been released, and focused on the distant past of the Americas, a topic I recently discussed with the archaeologist Ed Barhart. Let me say that Ed represents the kind of archaeologist, scholar I love talking to on the podcast. Extremely knowledgeable, humble, open-minded, and respectful in disagreement. I'll do many more podcasts on history, including ancient history.
Excellent. We'll see you in a bit, my man.
It's truly exciting to explore those mysteries with people both on the inside and the outside of the mainstream in the various disciplines involved. This is a Let's Google podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Graham Hancock. Let's start with a big foundational idea that you have about human history, that there was an advanced Ice Age civilization that came before and perhaps seeded what people now call the six cradles of civilization: Mesopotamia, Egypt, India, China, Andes, and Mesoamerica. So let's talk about this idea that you have. Can you, at the highest possible level, describe it?
It would be better to describe it as a foundational sense of puzzlement and incompleteness in the story that we are taught about our past, which envisages more or less, there have been a few ups and downs, but more or less straightforward evolutionary progress. We start out as hunter-foragers, then we become agriculturalists. The hunter-forager phase could go back hundreds of thousands of years. I mean, this is where it's also important to mention that anatomically modern humans were not the only humans. We had Neanderthals from, 400,000 years ago to about 40,000 years ago. They were certainly human because anatomically modern humans interbred with them, and we carry Neanderthal genes. They were the Denisovans, maybe 300,000 to perhaps even as recently as 30,000 years ago. And again, interbreeding took place. They're obviously a human species. So, we've got this background of humans who didn't look quite like us. And then we have anatomically modern humans. And I think the earliest anatomically modern human skeletal remains are from Jebel Hood in Morocco and date to about 310,000 years ago. So the question is, what were our ancestors doing after that? And I think we can include the Neanderthals and the Denisovans in that general picture. And why did it take so long? This is one of the puzzles, one of the questions that bother me. Why did it take so long when we have creatures who are physically identical to us? We cannot actually weigh and measure their brains, but from the work that's been done on the crania, it looks like they have the same brains that we do with the same wiring. So if we've been around for 300,000 plus years at least, and if ultimately in our future was the process to create civilization or civilizations, why didn't it happen sooner? Why did it take so long? Why was it such a long time? Even the story of anatomically modern humans has kept on changing. I remember a time when it was said that there hadn't been anatomically modern humans before 50,000 years ago. And then it became 196,000 years ago with the findings in Ethiopia, and then 310,000 years ago. There's a lot of missing pieces in the puzzle there. But the big question for me in that timeline is, why didn't we do it sooner? Why did it take so long? Why did we wait until after 12,000 years ago, really after 10,000 years ago, to start seeing the beginnings, what are selected as the beginnings of civilization in places like Turkey, for example? And then there's a relatively slow process of adopting agriculture, and by 6,000 years ago, we see ancient Sumer emerging as a civilization. And we're then in the pre-dynastic period in ancient Egypt as well, 6,000 years ago, beginning to see definite signs of what will become the dynastic civilization of Egypt about 5,000 years ago. And interestingly, around about the same time, you have the Indus Valley civilization popping up out of nowhere. And by the way, the Indus Valley civilization was a lost civilization until the 1920s, when railway workers accidentally stumbled across some ruins. I've been to Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, and these are extraordinarily beautifully centrally planned cities. Clearly, they're the work of an already sophisticated civilization. One of the things that strikes me about the Indus Valley civilization is that we find a steatite seal of an individual seated in a recognizable yoga posture. And that seal is 5,000 years old. And the yoga posture is Urubagasana, which involves a real contortion of the ankles and twisting the feet back. It's an advanced yoga posture. So there it is 5,000 years ago. And that raises the question, well, how long did yoga take to get to that place when it was already so advanced 5,000 years ago? What's the background to this? China, the Yellow River civilization. Again, it's around about the same period, 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. You get these first signs of something happening. So it's very odd that all around the world we have this sudden upsurge of civilization about 6,000 years ago, preceded by what seems like a natural evolutionary process that would lead to a civilization, and yet certain ideas being carried down and manifested and expressed in many of these different civilizations. I just find that whole idea very puzzling and very disturbing, especially when I look at this radical break that takes place in not just the human story, but the story of all life on Earth, which was the last great cataclysm that the Earth went through, which was the Younger Dryas event. It was an extinction level event. That's when all the great megafauna of the Ice Age went extinct. It's after that event that we start seeing this, what I take it to be the beginnings of the first gradual steps towards civilization. We come out of the Upper Paleolithic as it's defined, the old end of the Old Stone Age, and into the Neolithic. And that's when the wheels are supposedly set in motion to start civilization rolling. But what happened before that, and why did that suddenly happen then? And I can't help feeling, and I've felt this for a very long while, that there are major missing pieces in our story. It's often said that I'm claiming to have proved that there was an advanced lost civilization in the Ice Age, and I am not claiming to have proved that. That is a hypothesis that I am putting forward to answer some of the questions that I have about prehistory. I think it's worthwhile to inquire into those possibilities, because the Younger Dryas event was a massive global cataclysm, whatever caused it. It's strange that just after it, we start seeing these first signs.
So the current understanding in mainstream archaeology is that after the Younger Dryas is when the civilizations popped up in different places of the globe with a lot of similarities, but they popped up independently.
Yeah, independently and by coincidence. And by coincidence, those big civilizations that we all remember as the first civilizations, Sumer, Egypt, the Indus Valley civilization, China, they all pop up at pretty much the same time. That is the mainstream view.
And they don't just pop up; they kind of build up gradually. First, there's some settlements.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
And then there's different dynamics of how they build up, and the role of agriculture, and that is also non-obvious. But it's just there's a first account settlement and stabilization of where the people are living. Then they start using agriculture. Then they start getting urban centers and that kind of stuff.
It seems like an entirely reasonable argument. Everything about that makes sense. There is no doubt that you're seeing evolutionary progress, social evolution taking place in those thousands of years before Sumer emerges. But what's happening now? Really, I spent much of the 90s and the late 1980s investigating this issue of the lost civilization. I wrote a series of books about it. But by 2002, when I published a book called Underworld, which was the most massive and most heavy book that I've ever written because I was writing very defensively at the time. By the time I finished that book, my wife Santa and I spent 7 years scuba diving all around the world looking for structures underwater, often led by local fishermen or local divers to anomalies that they'd seen underwater. By the time that book was finished, I thought actually I've done this story. I've walked the walk. I really don't have much more.
So, what is the difference between a madman and a genius? Success.
The following is conversation with the founding members of the Cursor team: Michael Truel, Swali Asif, Arvid Lundmark, and Aman Zenger. Cursor is a code editor based on VS Code that adds a lot of powerful features for AI-assisted coding. It has captivated the attention and excitement of the programming and AI communities. So I thought this is an excellent opportunity to dive deep into the role of AI in programming. This is a super technical conversation that is bigger than just about one code editor. It's about the future of programming, and in general, the future of human AI collaboration in designing and engineering complicated and powerful systems. This is the Let's Freeman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Michael, Swale, Arvid, and Aman. All right, this is awesome. We have Michael, Aman, Swale, Arvid here from the Cursor team. First up, big ridiculous question: what's the point of a code editor?
So the code editor is largely the place where you build software. And today, or for a long time, that's meant the place where you text edit a formal programming language. And for people who aren't programmers, the way to think of a code editor is like a really souped up word processor for programmers. Where the reason it's souped up is code has a lot of structure. And so the quote unquote word processor, the code editor, can actually do a lot for you that word processors, sort of in the writing space haven't been able to do for people editing text there. And so, that's everything from giving you visual differentiation of like the actual tokens in the code so you can like scan it quickly, to letting you navigate around code base, sort of like you're navigating on the internet, hyperlinks, you're going to sort of definitions of things you're using, to error checking, to, like hash rudimentary code. And so traditionally, that's what a code editor has meant. And I think that what a code editor is going to change a lot in the next 10 years. As what it means to build software maybe starts to look a bit different.
I think also a code editor should just be fun.
Yeah, that is very important. And it's actually sort of an underrated aspect of how we decide what to build. Like a lot of the things that we build, and then we try them out, we do an experiment, and then we actually throw them out because
it's the worst.
And so a big part of being fun is being fast. Fast is fun.
Yeah, fast is yeah. Yeah.
like fundamentally, I think one of the things that draws a lot of people to building stuff on computers is this like insane iteration speed, where in other disciplines you might be sort of gatekept by resources or the ability to get a large group together. And coding is this like amazing thing where it's you and the computer, and that alone you can build really cool stuff really quickly.
So for people who don't know, Cursor is this super cool you editor at the fork of VS Code. It would be interesting to get your kind of explanation of your own journey of editors. How did you? I think all of you were big fans of VS Code with Copilot. How did you arrive to VS Code, and how did that lead to your journey with Cursor?
Yeah. So I think a lot of us, well, all of us, originally Vim users. Pure Vim, yeah. No NeoVim, pure Vim in the terminal. And at least for myself, it was around the time that Copilot came out, so 2021, that I really wanted to try it. So I went to VS Code, the only platform, the only code editor in which it was available. And even though I, really enjoyed using Vim, just the experience of Copilot with VS Code was more than good enough to switch. And so that kind of was the default until we started working on Cursor.
And maybe we should explain what Copilot does. It's like a really nice autocomplete. It suggests, as you start writing a thing, it suggests 1 or 2 or 3 lines how to complete the thing. And there's a fun experience in that, like when you have a close friendship and your friend completes your sentences. Like when it's done well, there's an intimate feeling. There's probably a better word than intimate, but there's a cool feeling of like, holy shit, it gets me. And then there's an unpleasant feeling when it doesn't get you. And so there's that kind of friction, but I would say for a lot of people, the feeling that it gets me overpowers that it doesn't.
And I think actually one of the underrated aspects of Copilot is that even when it's wrong, it's like a little bit annoying, but it's not that bad because you just type another character and then maybe then it gets you, or you type another character and then it gets you. So even when it's wrong, it's not that bad. Yeah, you could sort of iterate and fix it. I mean, the other underrated part of the Copilot for me was just the first real AI product. So the first language model consumer product.
So Copilot was kind of like the first killer app for LLMs.
Yeah, and like the beta was out in 2021.
Right. Okay. So what's the origin story of Cursor?
So around 2020, the scaling loss papers came out from OpenAI, and that was a moment where this looked like their predictable progress for the field. Where even if we didn't have any more ideas, it looked like you could make these models a lot better if you had more compute and more data.
By the way, we'll probably talk for 3 to 4 hours on the topic of scaling loss. Just to summarize, it's a paper and a set of papers and a set of ideas that say bigger might be better for model size and data size in the realm of machine learning.
It's bigger and better, but predictably better.
Yeah, that's another topic of conversation.
Yeah,
anyway,
So around that time, some of us, there were like a lot of conceptual conversations about what's this going to look like, what's the story going to be for all these different knowledge worker fields, about how they're going to be made better by this technology getting better. And then I think there were a couple of moments where like the theoretical gains predicted in that paper started to feel really concrete, and started to feel like a moment where you could actually go and not do a PhD if you wanted to work on do useful work in AI. I actually felt like now there was this whole set of systems one could build that were really useful. And I think that the first moment we already talked about a little bit, which was playing with the early beta of Copilot, like that was awesome and magical. I think that the next big moment where everything kind of clicked together is actually getting early access to GPT-4. So it was sort of end of 2022 was when we were tinkering with that model. And the step-up in capabilities felt enormous. And previous to that, we had been working on a couple of different projects. We had been, because of Copilot, because of scaling laws, because of our prior interest in the technology, we had been tinkering around with tools for programmers, but things that are like very specific. So, we were building tools for financial professionals who have to work with an integrated notebook, or like, playing around with, can you do static analysis with these models? And then the step up in GPT-4 felt like, look, that really made concrete the theoretical gains that we had predicted before. It felt like you could build a lot more just immediately at that point in time. And also, if we were being consistent, it really felt like this wasn't just going to be a point solution thing. This was going to be all of programming was going to flow through these models. It felt like that demanded a different type of programming environment, a different type of programming. And so we set off to build that sort of larger vision around that.
There's one that I distinctly remember. So my roommate is in an IMO Gold winner. There's a competition in the U.S. called the Putnam, which is sort of the IMO for college people, and it's this math competition. he's exceptionally good. So Sheng Tong and Amon, I remember sort of June of 2022 had this bet on whether the 2024 June or July you were going to win a gold medal in the IMO with like models.
IMO is International Math Olympiad.
Yeah, IMO is International Math Olympiad, and so Arvid and I are both also competed in it, so it was sort of personal. And and I remember thinking, Matt, this is not going to happen. This was like even though I sort of believed in progress, I thought, IMO gold, just like Amon is just delusional. Yeah. That was the and to be honest, I was, to be clear, very wrong, but that was maybe the most prescient bet in the group.
So the new results in DeepMind, it turned out that you were correct. That's what it was.
It was technically true.
Technically incorrect, but 1 point away. Amon was very enthusiastic about this stuff. Yeah. And before, Amon had this scaling launch t-shirt that he would walk around with, where it had the charts and the formulas on it.
So you felt the AGI, or you felt the scaling?
Yeah, I distinctly remember there was this one conversation I had with Michael where before I hadn't thought super deeply and critically about scaling laws, and he kind of posed the question: why isn't scaling all you need, or why isn't scaling going to result in massive gains in progress? And I think I went through the stages of grief. There was anger, denial, and then finally at the end, just thinking about it, acceptance. And I think I've been quite hopeful and optimistic about progress since. I think one thing I'll caveat is I think it also depends on which domain you see progress. Math is a great domain because, especially formal theorem proving, because you get this fantastic signal of actually verifying if the thing was correct. And so this means something like R works really, really well. And I think you could have systems that are perhaps very secret with math and still not technically have AGI.
Okay, so can we take it all the way to Cursor? And what is Cursor? It's a fork of VS Code, and VS Code is one of the most popular editors for a long time. Everybody fell in love with it. Everybody loved Vim. I love Emacs for it. Sorry. So it unified in some fundamental way the developer community. And then you look at the space of things, you look at the scaling law, the AI is becoming amazing, and you decided, okay, it's not enough to just write an extension to VS Code because there's a lot of limitations to that. We need, if AI is going to keep getting better, we need to really rethink how the AI is going to be part of the editing process. And so you decided to fork VS Code and start to build a lot of the amazing features we'll be able to talk about. But what was that decision like? Because there's a lot of extensions, including Copilot, of VS Code that are doing sort of AI type stuff. What was the decision like to just fork VS Code?
So the decision to do an editor seemed kind of self-evident to us for at least what we wanted to do in Achieve, because when we started working on the editor, the idea was these models are going to get much better, their capabilities are going to improve, and it's going to entirely change how you build software. Both you will have big productivity gains, but also radical in how the act of building software is going to change a lot. And so you're very limited in the control you have over a code editor if you're a plugin to an existing coding environment. And we didn't want to get locked in by those limitations. We wanted to be able to just build the most useful stuff.
Okay, well then the natural question is, VS Code is kind of with Copilot a competitor. So how do you win? Is it basically just the speed and the quality of the features?
Yeah, I think this is a space that is quite interesting, perhaps quite unique, where if you look at previous tech waves, maybe there's kind of one major thing that happened and it unlocked a new wave of companies. But every single year, every single model capability, or jump you get model capabilities, you now unlock this new wave of features, things that are possible, especially in programming. And so I think in AI programming, being even just a few months ahead, let alone a year ahead, makes your product much, much, much more useful. I think Cursor, a year from now, will need to make the cursors of today look obsolete. And I think, Microsoft has done a number of fantastic things, but I don't think they're in a great place to really keep innovating and
and pushing on this in the way that sort of can.
Just rapidly implementing features.
And push, yeah, like, and kind of doing the research experimentation necessary to really push the ceiling. I don't know if I think of it in terms of features as I think of it in terms of like capabilities for programmers. It's that like, as the new one model came out, and I'm sure there are going to be more models of different types, like longer context and maybe faster. Like there's all these crazy ideas that you can try, and hopefully 10% of the crazy ideas will make it into something kind of cool and useful. And we want people to have that sooner. To rephrase it, like an underrated fact is we're making it for ourselves. When we started Cursor, you really felt this frustration that models, you could see models getting better, but the Copilot experience had not changed. It was like, man, these guys, like the ceiling is getting higher. Like, why are they not making new things? Like they should be making new things. They should, like where's all the alpha features? There were no alpha features. It was like I'm sure it was selling well. I'm sure it was a great business, but it didn't feel. I'm one of these people that really want to try and use new things. And it was like just there's no new thing for like a very long while.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know how you put that into words, but when you compare Cursor with Copilot pretty quickly started to feel stale for some reason.
Yeah, I think one thing that I think helps us is that we're sort of doing it all in one. We're developing the UX and the way you interact with the model, and at the same time as we're developing like how we actually make the model give better answers. So like how you build up the prompt or like how do you find the context, and for Cursor tab, like how do you train the model. So I think that helps us to have all of it like sort of like the same people working on the entire experience end to end. Yeah, it's like the person making the UI and the person training the model like sit like 18 feet away. So
often the same person.
Yeah, often you're the same person. So you can create things that are sort of not possible if you're not talking, you're not experimenting.
And you're using, like you said, Cursor to write Cursor.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's talk about some of these features. Let's talk about the all-knowing, the all-powerful praise be to the tab. Autocomplete on steroids, basically. So how does tab work? What is tab?
To highlight it more at a high level, I'd say that there are two things that Cursor is pretty good at right now. There are other things that it does, but two things that it helps programmers with. One is this idea of looking over your shoulder and being like a really fast colleague who can kind of jump ahead of you and type and figure out what you're going to do next. And that was the original idea behind. That was kind of the kernel of the idea behind good autocomplete, was predicting what you're going to do next. So you can make that concept even more ambitious by not just predicting the characters of your cursor, but actually predicting the next entire change you're going to make, next place you're going to jump to. And the second thing Cursor is pretty good at right now too is helping you sometimes jump ahead of the AI and tell it what to do and go from instructions to code. And on both of those, we've done a lot of work on making the editing experience for those things ergonomic, and also making those things smart and fast.
One of the things we really wanted was we wanted the model to be able to edit code for us. That was kind of a wish, and we had multiple attempts at it before we had a sort of a good model that could edit code for you. Then after we had a good model, I think there's been a lot of effort to make the inference fast for having a good experience, and we've been starting to incorporate. I mean, Michael sort of mentioned this like ability to jump to different places, and that jump to different places I think came from a feeling of once you accept an edit, it's like, man, it should be just really obvious where to go next. It's like I made this change. The model should just know that like the next place to go to is like 18 lines down. Like if you're a Win user, you could press 18JJ or whatever. But like why am I doing this? Like the model should just know it. And then so the idea was you just press tab and it would go 18 lines down, and then show you the next edit, and you would press tab. So it's just you, as long as you could keep pressing tab, And so the internal competition was how many tabs can you make someone press. Once you have like the idea, more sort of abstractly, the thing to think about is sort of like how are the edits sort of zero entry. So once you've sort of expressed your intent, and the edit is there's no like new bits of information to finish your thought, but you still have to type some characters to like make the computer understand what you're actually thinking. Then maybe the model should just sort of read your mind, and all the zero entropy bits could just be like tabulated.
Yeah,
that was sort of the abstract.
There's this interesting thing where if you look at language model loss on different domains, I believe the bits per byte, which is kind of character normalized loss for code, is lower than language, which means in general there are a lot of tokens in code that are super predictable. A lot of characters that are super predictable. And this is, I think, even magnified when you're not just trying to autocomplete code, but predicting what the user is going to do next in their editing existing code. And so, the gold cursor tab lets eliminate all the low entropy actions you take inside the editor. When the intent is effectively determined, let's just jump forward in time, get it forward.
Well, what's the intuition and what's the technical details of how to do next cursor prediction? That jump, that's not so intuitive, I think, to people.
Yeah, I think I can speak to a few of the details on how to make these things work. They're incredibly low latency, so you need to train small models on this task. In particular, they're incredibly pre-fill token hungry. What that means is they have these really, really long prompts where they see a lot of code, and they're not actually generating that many tokens. And so the perfect fit for that is using a sparse model, using an LLE model. So that was kind of one breakthrough we made that substantially improved performance in longer context. The other being a variant of speculative decoding that we kind of built out called speculative edit. These are two, I think, important pieces of what make it quite high quality and very fast.
Okay, so MOE makes you expert. The input is huge, the output is small.
Yeah.
Okay, so like what else can you say about how to make it? Like, caching play a role in this?
Caching plays a huge role because you're dealing with this many input tokens. If every single keystroke that you're typing in a given line, you have to rerun the model on all those tokens passed in, you're just going to, one, significantly degrade latency, two, you're going to fill your GPUs with load. So you need to design the actual prompts used for the model such that they're caching aware. And then you need to reuse the KV cache across requests just so that you're spending less work, less compute.
Again, what are the things that Tab is supposed to be able to do kind of in the near term? Just to like sort of linger on that. Generate code, like fill empty space, also edit code across multiple lines.
Yeah.
And then jump to different locations inside the same file.
Yeah.
And then like
hopefully jump to different files also. So if you make an edit in one file away, maybe you have to go to another file to finish your thought. You should go to the second file also.
Yeah.
And
then
the full generalization is like next action prediction. Like sometimes you need to run a command in the terminal, and it should be able to suggest the command based on the code that you wrote too. Or sometimes you actually need to, like, it suggests something, but you it's hard for you to know if it's correct because you actually need some more information to learn. Like you need to know the type to be able to verify that it's correct. And so maybe it should actually take you to a place that's like the definition of something, and then take you back so that you have all the requisite knowledge to be able to accept the next definition.
So providing the human the knowledge.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you integrate, like, I just gotten to know a guy named PrimeGen who I believe has an you can order coffee via SSH.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
we did that.
So can that also the model do that? Like, keep you and like, and provide you caffeine? Okay, so that's the general framework.
Yeah, yeah. And the magic moment would be if it is, programming is this weird discipline where sometimes the next 5 minutes, not always, but sometimes the next 5 minutes what you're going to do is actually predictable from the stuff you've done recently. And so can you get to a world where that next 5 minutes either happens by you disengaging and it taking you through, or maybe a little bit more of just you seeing next step what it's going to do,
one of the really cool and noticeable things about Cursor is that there's this whole diff interface situation going on. So like the model suggests with the red and the green of like, here's how we're going to modify the code. And in the chat window, you can apply and it shows you the diff and you can accept the diff. So maybe can you speak to whatever direction of that?
We'll probably have like 4 or 5 different kinds of diffs. So we have optimized the diff for the autocomplete, so that has a different diff interface than when you're reviewing larger blocks of code. And then we're trying to optimize another diff thing for when you're doing multiple different files. And sort of at a high level, the difference is for when you're doing autocomplete, it should be really, really fast to read. Actually, it should be really fast to read in all situations. In autocomplete, it's sort of, you're really, like, your eyes focused in one area. You can't be in too many, the humans can't look in too many different places.
So you're talking about on the interface side? Like
on the interface side. So it currently has this box on the side. So we have the current box, and if you try to delete code in some place and tries to add other code, it tries to show you a box on the side.
You can maybe show it if we pull it up on cursor.com. This is what we're talking about.
So that box, it was like 3 or 4 different attempts at trying to make this thing work. Where first the attempt was like these blue crossed out lines. So before it was a box on the side, it used to show you the code to delete by showing you like Google Docs style. You would see like a line through it, then you would see the new code. And that was super distracting. And then we tried many different, there was sort of deletions, there was trying to red highlight. Then the next iteration of it, which is sort of funny, you would hold on Mac the option button. So it would sort of highlight a region of code to show you that there might be something coming. So maybe in this example, like the input and the value would all get blue. And the blue would highlight that the AI had a suggestion for. So instead of directly showing you the thing, it would show you that the AI, it would just hint that the AI had a suggestion. And if you really wanted to see it, you would hold the option button, and then you would see the new suggestion. And if you release the option button, you would then see original code.
So that's, by the way, that's pretty nice, but you have to know to hold the option button.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm not a Mac user, but I got it.
It's
a button, I guess. You people have.
It's it's just non-intuitive. I think that's the key thing.
And there's a chance this is also not a version of it.
I am personally very excited for making a lot of improvements in this area. Like we often talk about it as the verification problem, where these diffs are great for small edits. For large edits, or like when it's multiple files or something, it's actually a little bit prohibitive to review these diffs. And so there are like a couple of different ideas here. Like one idea that we have is, okay, like parts of the diffs are important. They have a lot of information. And then parts of the diff are just very low entropy. They're like the same thing over and over again. And so maybe you can highlight the important pieces and then gray out the not so important pieces. Or maybe you can have a model that looks at the diff and see, oh, there's a likely bug here. I will like mark this little red squiggly and say like, you should probably like review this part of the diff. And ideas in that vein, I think, are exciting.
Yeah, that's a really fascinating space of like UX design engineering.
Yeah.
So you're basically trying to guide the human programmer through all the things they need to read and nothing more.
Yeah.
Like optimally.
Yeah, and you want an intelligent model to do this. Like currently, diff algorithms they're just like normal algorithms. There's no intelligence. There's like intelligence that went into designing the algorithm, but then there's no like, you don't care if it's about this thing or this thing, and so you want a model to do this. So I think the general question is like, that these models are going to get much smarter. As the models get much smarter, the changes they will be able to propose are much bigger. So as the changes get bigger and bigger and bigger, the humans have to do more and more and more verification work. It gets more and more and more hard. Like it's just you need to help them out. It's sort of I don't don't want to spend all my time reviewing code.
Can you say a little more across multiple files, dude?
Yeah, I mean, so GitHub tried to solve it, right, with code review. When you're doing code review, you're reviewing multiple diffs across multiple files. But like Arvid said earlier, I think you can do much better than code review. You know, code review kind of stuff. Like you spend a lot of time trying to grok this code that's often quite unfamiliar to you, and it often like doesn't even actually have that many bugs. And I think you can significantly improve that review experience using language models, for example, using the kinds of tricks that Archive described, of maybe pointing you towards regions that actually matter. I think also if the code is produced by these language models and it's not produced by someone else, like the code review experience is designed for both the reviewer and the person that produced the code. In the case where the person that produced the code is a language model, you don't have to care that much about their experience. You can design the entire thing around the reviewer so that the reviewer's job is as fun, as easy, as productive as possible. And I think that feels like the issue with just kind of naively trying to make these things look like code review. I think you could be a lot more creative and push the boundary as much as possible.
Just one idea there is, I think, ordering that. Generally, when you review NPR, you have this list of files and you're reviewing them from top to bottom. But actually, like, you actually want to understand this part first because that came like logically first, and then you want to understand the next part. And you don't want to have to figure out that yourself. You want a model to guide you through the thing.
And is the step of creation going to be more and more natural language is the goal versus with actual?
I think sometimes. I don't think it's going to be the case that all of programming will be natural language. And the reason for that is, you know, I'm pair programming with Swallow and Swallow is computer English keyboard. And sometimes if I'm like driving, I want to say to Swallow, hey, like implement this function, and that works. And then sometimes it's just so annoying to explain to Swallow what I want him to do. And so I actually take over the keyboard and I show him, I write like part of the example, and then it makes sense. And that's the easiest way to communicate. And so I think that's also the case for AI. Like sometimes the easiest way to communicate with AI will be to show an example and then it goes and does the thing everywhere else. Or sometimes if you're making a website, for example, the easiest way to show to the AI what you want is not to tell it what to do, but, you know, drag things around or draw things. And yeah, and like maybe eventually we will get to like brain machine interfaces or whatever and kind of like understand what you're thinking. And so I think natural language will have a place. I think it will definitely not be the way most people program.
I'm really feeling the AGI with that. It feels like there's a lot of machine learning going on underneath. Tell me about some of the ML stuff that makes it all work.
Precursor really works this ensemble of custom models that we train alongside, you know, the frontier models that are fantastic at the reasoning intensity. And so Cursor Task, for example, is a great example of where you can specialize the models to be even better than even frontier models if you look at evals on the task we set it at. The other domain, which it's kind of surprising that requires custom models, but it's kind of necessary and works quite well, is in apply. So I think these models are, like the frontier models are quite good at sketching out plans for code and generating like rough sketches of like the change, but actually creating diffs is quite hard. For frontier models, for your training models, like you try to do this with Sonnet, O1, any frontier model, and it really messes up stupid things like counting line numbers, especially in super, super large files. And so what we've done to alleviate this is we let the model kind of sketch out this rough code block that indicates what the change will be, and we train a model to then apply that change to the file.
And we should say that apply, it's the model looks at your code, it gives you a really damn good suggestion of what new things to do, and the seemingly for humans trivial step of combining the two, you're saying is not so trivial.
Contrary to popular perception, it is not a deterministic algorithm.
Yeah. I think like you see shallow copies of apply elsewhere, and it just breaks
like most of the time, because you think you can kind of try to do some deterministic matching, and then it fails, at least 40% of the time, and that just results in a terrible product experience. I think in general, this regime of you are going to get smarter and smarter models, and like so one of the other thing that Applied lets you do is it lets you use fewer tokens for the models. This is both expensive in terms of latency for generating all these tokens, and cost. So you can give this very, very rough sketch and then have your small model go and implement this because it's a much easier task to implement this very, very sketched out code. I think that this regime will continue where you can use smarter and smarter models to do the planning, and then maybe the implementation details can be handled by the less intelligent ones. Perhaps you'll have, maybe O1, maybe it'll be even more capable models, giving an even higher level plan that is kind of recursively applied by Sonnet and the DeFi model.
Maybe we should talk about how to make it fast.
Yeah.
I feel like
Fast is always an interesting aspect.
Yeah. How do you make it fast?
Yeah. So one big component of making it fast is speculative edits. So speculative edits are a variant of speculative decoding, and maybe be helpful to briefly describe speculative decoding. With speculative decoding, what you do is you can kind of take advantage of the fact that most of the time, and I'll add the caveat that it would be when you're memory bound in language model generation. If you process multiple tokens at once, it is faster than generating one token at a time. So this is like the same reason why if you look at tokens per second with prompt tokens versus generated tokens, it's much, much faster for prompt tokens. So what we do is instead of using what speculative decoding normally does, which is using a really small model to predict these graph tokens, that your larger model will then go in and verify. With code edits, we have a very strong prior to what the existing code will look like. And that prior is literally the same exact code. So what you can do is you can just feed chunks of the original code back into the model. And then the model will just pretty much agree most of the time that, okay, I'm just going to switch back out. Since you can process all of those lines in parallel. And you just do this with sufficiently many chunks, and eventually you'll reach a point of disagreement where the model will now predict text that is different from the ground truth original code. It'll generate those tokens, and then we kind of will decide after enough tokens to match the original code to restart speculating as code. What this actually ends up looking like is just a much faster version of normal editing code. It's just like it looks like a much faster version of the model rewriting all the code. So just we can use the same exact interface that we use for diffs, but it will just stream down a lot faster.
And then the advantage is that while it's streaming, you can just also be start reviewing the code before it's done, so there's no big loading screen. Maybe that is part of the advantage.
So the human can start reading before the thing is done.
I think the interesting riff here is something like speculation is a fairly common idea nowadays. Like not only in language models, and there's obviously speculation in CPUs, and it's like speculation for databases and speculation all over the place.
Let me ask this sort of ridiculous question of which LLM is better at coding. GPT, Claude, who wins in the context of programming? And I'm sure the answer is much more nuanced because it sounds like every single part of this involves a different model.
Yeah, I think there's no model that Pareto dominates others, meaning it is better in all categories that we think matter. Categories in speed, ability to edit code, ability to process lots of code, long context, a couple of other things, and kind of coding capabilities. The one that I'd say right now is just kind of net best is Sonnet. I think this is a consensus opinion. Our one's really interesting, and it's really good at reasoning. So if you give it really hard programming interview style problems or lead code problems, you can do quite well on them. But it doesn't feel like it kind of understands your rough intent as well as Sonnet does. Like, if you look at a lot of the other frontier models, one qualm I have is it feels like they're not necessarily I'm not thinking they train in benchmarks, but they perform really well in benchmarks relative to kind of everything that's kind of in the middle. So if you try it in all these benchmarks and things that are in the distribution of the benchmark they're evaluated on, they'll do really well. But when you push them a little bit outside of that, Sonnet's, I think, the one that kind of does that at kind of maintaining that same capability. Like you kind of have the same capability in the benchmark as when you try to instruct it to do anything with coding.
What, another ridiculous question, is the difference between the normal programming experience versus what benchmarks represent? Like, where do benchmarks fall short, do you think, when we're evaluating these models?
By the way, that's like a really, really hard, like critically important detail, like how different like benchmarks are versus like real coding. For real coding, it's not interview style coding. You're doing these, humans are saying like half broken English sometimes, and sometimes you're saying like, oh, do what I did before. Sometimes you're saying, go add this thing and then do this other thing for me, and then make this UI element, and then, it's just like a lot of things are sort of context dependent. You really want to like understand the human and then do what the human wants, as opposed to sort of this. Maybe the way to put it sort of abstractly is the interview problems are very well specified. They lean a lot of specification, while the human stuff is less specified.
I think that this benchmark question is both complicated by what Squally just mentioned, and then also what Juan was getting into is that even if you there's this problem of like the skew between what can you actually model in the benchmark versus real programming, and that can be sometimes hard to encapsulate because it's like real programming is like very messy and sometimes things aren't super well specified what's correct or what isn't. But then it's also doubly hard because of this public benchmark problem, and that's both because public benchmarks are sometimes kind of hill climbed on. Then it's like really, really hard to also get the data from the public benchmarks out of the models. And so, for instance, like one of the most popular like agent benchmarks, SweetBench, is really, really contaminated in the training data of these foundation models. And so if you ask these foundation models to do a SweetBench problem, you actually don't give them the context of a code base. They can like hallucinate the right file paths, they can hallucinate the right function names. And so it's also just the public aspect of these things is tricky.
Yeah, like in that case, it could be trained on these literal issues or pull requests. So, and maybe the labs will start to do a better job, or they've already done a good job at decontaminating those things. But they're not going to omit the actual training data of the repository itself. Like these are all like the most popular Python repositories. Like SymPy is one example. I don't think they're going to handicap their models on SymPy and all these popular Python repositories in order to get true evaluation scores for these benchmarks. Yeah. I think that given the dearth in benchmarks, there have been like a few interesting crutches that places that build systems with these models or build these models actually use to get a sense of are they going in the right direction or not. And in a lot of places, people will actually just have humans play with things and give qualitative feedback on these. Like one or two of the foundation model companies, they have people who that's a big part of their role. And internally we also qualitatively assess these models and actually lean on that a lot. In addition to like private evals that we have.
Like the vibe.
The vibe benchmark, human benchmark. Yeah, you pull in the humans, do a vibe check.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's kind of what I do, like just like reading online, forums, Reddit, and X. Just like, I don't know how to properly load in people's opinions because they'll say things like, "I feel like Claude or GPT's gotten dumber." Or something. They'll say, I feel like, and then I sometimes feel like that too, but I wonder if it's the model's problem or mine.
With Claude, there's an interesting take I heard where I think AWS has different chips, and I suspect they have slightly different numerics than NVIDIA GPUs, and someone speculated that Claude's degraded performance would have to do with maybe using the quantized version that existed on AWS Bedrock versus whatever was running on Anthropic GPUs.
I interview a bunch of people that have conspiracy theories, so I'm glad we spoke to this conspiracy
Well,
theory.
it's not like conspiracy theory as much as they're like humans are humans, and there's these details, and you're doing like these crazy amount of flops, and chips are messy, and you can just have bugs. Like bugs are, it's hard to overstate how hard bugs are to avoid.
What's the role of a good prompt in all of this? You will mention that benchmarks have really structured, well-formulated prompts. What should a human be doing to maximize success? And what's the importance of the human? You wrote a blog post and called it prompt design.
Yeah, I think it does.
Cheers, I got a pick. It's a party. No. Dr. Dagger Switch. The first one. They just came out with Switch 2. Honestly, it seems much better. Much. This was OG. This lasted me like 3 years so far. Tesla produces, yeah, you mean your balls? Yeah, your balls and
That fucking Butterball hotline. Biggest fucking turn a bitch into a sex fine, girls. I'm the Butterball.
Stop. Run for the cop, but kill my eye. What about even just this right here. I know what they know. TikTok streamers, here's how to find your stream key. Firstly, on a PC or Mac, head to your TikTok profile and make sure you're logged in. Click on Go Live on the left, and it will redirect you to livecenter.tiktok.com/producer. Scroll down and click on Go Live at the bottom of the page. Pick a stream category and pick a stream title, and press Save and Go Live. Don't worry, you're not actually live. Now you can see your server URL and your stream key. In OBS, just click Settings, click Stream, set it to Custom, and then paste in the URL and the stream key. If you can't find your stream key or if you want to learn more, check the video in the comments. TikTok streamers, here's how to find your stream key. Firstly, on a PC or Mac, head to your TikTok profile and make sure you're logged in. Click on Go Live on the left, and it will redirect you to livecenter.tiktok.com/producer. Scroll down and click on Go Live at the bottom of the page. Pick a stream category and pick a stream title, and press Save and Go Live. Don't worry, you're not actually live. Now you can see your server URL and your stream key. In OBS, just click Settings, click Stream, set it to Custom, and then paste in the URL and the stream key. If you can't find your stream key or if you want to learn more, check the video in the comments. TikTok streamers, here's how to find your stream key. Firstly, on a PC or Mac, head to your TikTok profile and make sure you're logged in. Click on Go Live on the left, and it will redirect you to livecenter.tiktok.com/producer. Scroll down and click on Go Live at the bottom of the page. Pick a stream category and pick a stream title, and press Save and Go Live. Don't worry, you're not actually live. Now you can see your server URL and your stream key. In OBS, just click Settings, click Stream, set it to Custom, and then paste in the URL and the stream key. If you can't find your stream key or if you want to learn more, check the video in the comments. TikTok streamers, here's how to find your stream key. Firstly, on a PC or Mac, head to your TikTok profile and make sure you're logged in. Click on Go Live on the left, and it will redirect you to livecenter.tiktok.com/producer. Scroll down and click on Go Live at the bottom of the page. Pick a stream category and pick a stream title, and press Save and Go Live. Don't worry, you're not actually live. Now you can see your server URL and your stream key. In OBS, just click, and it will redirect you to livecenter.tiktok.com/producer. Scroll down and click on Go Live at the bottom. .tiktok.com/producer. Scroll down and click on Go Live at the bottom of the page. Pick a stream category and pick a stream title, and press Save and Go Live. Don't worry, you're not actually live. Now you can see your server URL and your stream key. In OBS, just click Settings, click Stream, set it to Custom, and then paste in the URL and the stream key. If you stream title, and pull down and click on, and it will redirect you to livecenter.tiktok.com/producer. Scroll down and click on Go Live at the bottom of the page. Pick a stream category and pick a stream title, and press Save and Go Live. Don't worry, you're not actually live. Now you can see your server URL. Pick a stream category, producer. Scroll down and click on Go Live at the bottom of center.tiktok.com/producer. Scroll down and click on Go Live at the bottom of the page. Pick a stream category and pick a stream title, and press Save and Go Live. Don't worry, you're not actually live. Now you can see your server URL and your stream key. In OBS, just click Settings, click Stream, set it to Custom, and then paste in the URL and the stream key. If you can't find your stream key or if you want to learn more, check the video in the comments. TikTok streamers, here's how to find your stream key. Firstly, on a PC or Mac, head to your TikTok profile and make sure you're logged in. Click on Go Live on the left, and it will redirect you to livecenter.tiktok.com/producer. Scroll down and click on Go Live at the bottom of the page.
live stream key. On your desktop, head over to your settings and head over to Live Center. On the top left, you're going to hit Live Room. Then go ahead and look at the bottom. It's going to say server URL stream key. However, there's nothing to copy or paste. It's just blank. In order to get that stream key and URL, you have to go live. Go ahead and go live and put your information for your stream. Click save and go live. Now TikTok will create the stream key for you. So as you can see, it's full. You can copy and paste it into your Streamlabs or OBS. I also have a full video on how to multi-stream. This is how you find out if you have a TikTok live stream key. Look. Can anyone tell me how to multi-stream? You can log into Streamlabs now. If you're wondering how to get your stream key, this is what I have for you. I reached out to Streamlabs and this is what we got. Not everybody has access to a stream key yet, but they're still working on it with TikTok, and unfortunately,
let's set up a custom streaming destination and stream numerous of YouTube stream master.
Here's how you find out if you have a TikTok live stream key. It is super simple. Log into TikTok from your computer, go on over to Lightroom, and if you don't see these options right here in your TikTok Live Center on a PC, you do not have a stream key. If you do have access to this, this is how you find your stream key. It is super simple. Here's how you find out if you have a TikTok live stream key. It is super simple. Log into TikTok from your computer, go on over to Lightroom, and if you don't see these options right here in your TikTok Live Center on a PC, you do not have a stream key. If you do have access to this, this is how you find your stream key. You're gonna go ahead and go live right here. Set up the TikTok live to match your Twitch live. For example, this is a Valorant stream, so I'm gonna do Valorant. After the title, I do Twitch/Calaverita, so that they also know that I'm also streaming on Twitch. And then I go ahead, save, and go live. As soon as you go live, it generates your server URL and your stream key. Copy these and input them into either OBS or into Streamlabs.
No shit. Yo, can you hear me? Yo. Nothing. Do I have to turn on desktop audio? Yo. Why is there no sound? Yo. This shit sucks. TikTok sucks so much cock. Hey, it works. Close. That's tight. Dude, I must have like a fucking million streams going at once. What the fuck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only 8. Maybe that bitch hasn't registered yet? Your kids on the block. Block, kids. What if Ted Danson gets a plan like this? I want Ted Danson's plan. This shit sucks. Everything about this is just the worst. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 fucking things? What is this garbage? Dude, go and what the fuck? What? Yeah, bullshit. Baller as fuck. Fuck. No way this shit works. Amazing. Alright, I comply with that. With that. Alright, close this shit. Yeah. Alright.
It depends on which model you're using, and all of them are slightly different, and they respond differently to different prompts. But I think the original GPT-4 and the original sort of freedom models last year, they were quite sensitive to the prompts. They also had a very small context window. And so we have all of these pieces of information around the code base that would maybe be relevant in the prompt. Like you have the docs, you have the files that you add, you have the conversation history. And then there's a problem like how do you decide what you actually put in the prompt and when you have a limited space. And even for today's models, even when you have long context, filling out the entire context window means that it's slower. It means that sometimes the model actually gets confused and some models get more confused than others. And we have this one system internally that we call preempt, which helps us with that a little bit. And I think it was built for the era before where we had 8,000 token context windows. And it's a little bit similar to when you're making a website. You sort of you want it to work on mobile, you want it to work on a desktop screen, and you have this dynamic information, which you don't have, for example, if you're making like designing a print magazine, you know exactly where you can put stuff. But when you have a website or when you have a prompt, you have these inputs, and then you need to format them to always work. Even if the input is really big, then you might have to cut so the idea was, okay, like let's take some inspiration. What's the best way to design websites? Well, the thing that we really like is React and the declarative approach where you use JSX in JavaScript, and then you declare this is what I want, and I think this has higher priority, or like this has higher Z index than something else, and then you have this rendering engine. In web design, it's like Chrome, and in our case, it's a pre-ompt renderer, which then fits everything onto the page. And as you declaratively decide what you want, and then it figures out what you want. And so we have found that to be quite helpful. And I think the role of it has sort of shifted over time, where initially was specifically small context windows. Now it's really useful because, it helps us with splitting up the data that goes into the prompt and the actual rendering of it. And so it's easier to debug because you can change the rendering of the prompt and then try it on old prompts because you have the raw data that went into the prompt. And then you can see, did my change actually improve it for like this entire debug set?
Did you literally prompt with JSX?
Yeah. So it kind of looks like React. There are components, like we have one component that's a file component, and it takes in like the cursor, like usually there's like one line where the cursor is in your file, and that's like probably the most important line because that's the one you're looking at. And so then you can give priorities, so like that line has the highest priority, and then you subtract one for every line that is farther away. And then eventually when it's rendered, it figures out how many lines can actually fit, and it centers around that thing.
That's amazing. Yeah. And you can do like other fancy things where if you have lots of code blocks from the entire code base, you could use retrieval and things like embedding and re-ranking scores to add priorities for each component.
So should humans, when they ask questions, also try to use something like that? Like, would it be beneficial to write JSX? And probably the whole idea is it should be loose and messy.
I think our goal is kind of that you should just do whatever is the most natural thing for you. And our job is to figure out how do we actually like retrieve the relative things so that your thing actually makes sense.
Well, this is sort of the discussion I had with Arvin on Perplexity. It's like his whole idea is like you should let the person be as lazy.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, that's a beautiful thing. But I feel like you're allowed to ask more programmers, right? So like if you say you should do what you want, I mean, humans are lazy. There's a kind of tension between just being lazy versus like provide more. Be prompted, almost like the system pressuring you or inspiring you to be articulate. Not in terms of the grammar of the sentences, but in terms of the depth of thoughts that you convey inside the prompt.
I think even as a system gets closer to some level of perfection, often when you ask the model for something, you just are not enough intent is conveyed to know what to do. And there are like a few ways to resolve that intent. One is the simple thing of having the model just ask you, I'm not sure how to do these parts based on your query. Could you clarify that? I think the other could be maybe if there are 5 or 6 possible generations given the uncertainty present in your query so far. Why don't we just actually show you all of those and let you pick that?
How hard is it for the model to choose to speak, talk back? Sort of, versus, that's hard. It's sort of like how to deal with the uncertainty. Do I choose to ask for more information to reduce the ambiguity?
So, I mean, one of the things we do is, it's like a recent addition, is try to suggest files that you can add. So, while you're typing, one can guess what the uncertainty is, and maybe suggest that, like, maybe you're writing your API, and we can guess using the commits that you've made previously in the same file that the client and the server is super useful. And there's like a hard technical problem of how do you resolve it across all commits, which files are the most important given your current prompt. And we're still sort of initial versions rolled out, and I'm sure we can make it much more accurate. It's very experimental, but then the idea is we show you, like, do you just want to add this file, this file, this file also to tell the model to edit those files for you? Because if you're making the API, like you should also edit the client and the server that is using the API and the other one resolving the API. So that would be kind of cool. Both there's the phase where you're writing the prompt and there's before you even click enter, maybe we can help resolve some of the uncertainty.
To what degree do you use agentic approaches? How useful are agents?
We think agents are really, really cool. Like, I think agents is like, it's like it resembles sort of like a human. It's sort of like this, like you can kind of feel that it's like you're getting closer to AGI because you see a demo where it acts as a human would, and it's really, really cool. I think agents are not yet super useful for many things. I think we're getting close to where they will actually be useful, and so I think there are certain types of tasks where having an agent would be really nice. Like I would love to have an agent. For example, like we have a bug where you sometimes can't Command C and Command V inside our chat input box, and that's a task that's super well specified. I just want to say, like in 2 sentences, this does not work. Please fix it. And then I would love to have an agent that just goes off, does it, and then a day later, I come back and I review the thing.
You mean it goes, finds the right file?
Yeah, it finds the right files. It like tries to reproduce the bug. It like fixes the bug, and then it verifies that it's correct. And this could be a process that takes a long time. And so I think I would love to have that. And then I think a lot of programming, like there is often this belief that agents will take over all of programming. I don't think we think that that's the case because a lot of programming, a lot of the value is in iterating, or you don't actually want to specify something up front because you don't really know what you want until you've seen an initial version and then you want to iterate on that and then you provide more information. And so for a lot of programming, I think you actually want a system that's instant, that gives you an initial version instantly back, and then you can iterate super, super quickly.
What about something like that recently came out, Replit Agent, that does also like setting up the development environment, installing software packages, configuring everything, configuring the databases, and actually deploying the app?
Yeah.
Is that also in the set of things you dream about?
I think that would be really cool. Like for certain types of programming, it would be really cool.
Is that within the scope of Cursor?
Yeah, we aren't actively working on it right now, but it's definitely like we want to make the programmer's life easier and more fun. And some things are just really tedious, and you need to go through a bunch of steps, and you want to delegate that to an agent. And then some things you can actually have an agent in the background while you're working. Like let's say you have a PR that's both back end and front end, and you're working on the front end, and then you can have a background agent that does some work and figure out kind of what you're doing, and then when you get to the back end part of your PR, then you have some like initial piece of code that you can iterate on, and so that would also be really cool.
One of the things we already talked about is speed. I wonder if we can just linger on that some more in the various places that the technical details involved in making this thing really fast. So every single aspect of Cursor, most aspects of Cursor feel really fast. Like I mentioned, the apply is probably the slowest thing. And the pain.
I know, it's a pain. It's a pain that we're feeling, and we're working on fixing it.
Yeah, I mean, it says something that feels, I don't know what it is, like 1 second, 2 seconds. That feels slow. That means that's actually shows that everything else is just really, really fast. So is there some technical details about how to make some of these models, how to make the chat fast, how to make the diffs fast? Is there something that just jumps to mind?
Yeah, I mean, so we can go over a lot of the strategies that we use. One interesting thing is cache forming. And so what you can do is, if as the user is typing, you can have, you're probably going to use some piece of context. And you can know that before the user's done typing. So, as we discussed before, reusing the KV cache results in lower latency, lower cost, cross requests. So as the user starts typing, you can immediately warm the cache with, like, let's say the current file context. And then when they press enter, there's very few tokens it actually has to pre-fill before starting to generate.
explain how KV cache works?
Yeah. So the way transformers work,
Like it.
I mean, like one of the mechanisms that allow transformers to not just independently, like the mechanism that allows transformers to not independently look at each token but see previous tokens, are the keys and values of attention. And generally, the way attention works is you have at your current token some query, and then you all the keys and values of all your previous tokens, which are some kind of representation that the model stores internally of all the previous tokens in the prompt. And like by default, when you're doing a chat, the model has to, for every single token, do this forward pass through the entire model. That's a lot of major multiplies that happen, and that is really, really slow. Instead, if you have already done that and you stored the keys and values, and you keep that in the GPU, then when let's say I have stored the last n tokens, if I now want to compute the alpha token for the n plus 1 token, I don't need to pass those first n tokens through the entire model because I already have all those keys and values. And so you just need to do the forward pass through that last token. And then when you're doing attention, you're reusing those keys and values that have been computed, which is the only kind of sequential part, or sequentially dependent part of the transformer.
Is there like higher level caching, like caching that kind of stuff?
I see. Yeah, there's other types of caching you can kind of do. One interesting thing that you can do for cursor tabs is you can basically predict ahead as if the user would have accepted the suggestion, and then trigger another request. And so then you cache, you know, speculative, it's a mix of speculation and caching, right? Because you're speculating what would happen if they accepted it, and then you have this value that is cached, this suggestion, and then when they press tab, the next one would be waiting for them immediately. It's kind of clever heuristic / trick that uses a higher level caching and can give it feels fast despite there not actually being any changes in the model.
And if you can make the KV cache smaller, one of the advantages you get is like maybe you can speculate even more. Maybe you can guess here's the 10 things that could be useful. Like you predict the next 10, and then like it's possible the user hits the one of the 10. It's like much higher chance than the user hits like the exact one that you showed them. Maybe they type another character in. So he sort of hits something else in the cache. But there's all these tricks where the general phenomena here is I think it's also super useful for RL is maybe a single sample from the model isn't very good, but if you predict like 10 different things, turns out that one of the 10 that's right is the probability is much higher. There's these passive K curves, and part of RL job, like what RL does is you could exploit this passive K phenomena to make many different predictions, and one way to think about this, the model sort of knows internally has some uncertainty over like which of the key things is correct, or like which of the key things does the human want. That when we RL our cursor cab model, one of the things we're doing is we're predicting which of the 100 different suggestions the model produces is more amenable for humans. Like which of them do humans more like than other things. Maybe like there's something where the model can predict very far ahead versus like a little bit, and maybe somewhere in the middle, and then you can give a reward to things that humans would like more, and sort of punish the things that it would like, and sort of then train the model to output the suggestions that humans would like more. You have these like RL loops that are very useful that exploit these passive K curves. Aman maybe can go into even more detail.
Yeah, it is a little different than speed, but I mean, like technically you tie it back in because you can get away with a smaller model if you RL your smaller model, it gets the same performance as the bigger one. That's like, and Floyd was mentioning stuff about KV, about reducing the size of your KV cache. There are other techniques there as well. They're really helpful for speed. So kind of back in the day, like all the way 2 years ago, people mainly use multi-attention. And I think there's been a migration towards more efficient attention schemes, like group query or multi-query attention. And this is really helpful for then
being able to generate the tokens much faster. The interesting thing here is this now has no effect on that time to first token pre-fill. The thing this matters for is now generating tokens. And why is that? Because when you're generating tokens, instead of being bottlenecked by doing these super parallelizable matrix multiplies across all your tokens, you're bottlenecked by how quickly, it's for long context with large batch sizes, by how quickly you can read those cache key values. And so then that's memory bandwidth, and how can we make this faster? We can try to compress the size of these key values. The multi-query attention is the most aggressive, where normally with multi-head attention, you have some number of quote-unquote attention heads, and some number of query heads. Multi-query just preserves the query heads, gets rid of all the key value heads. So there's only one kind of key value head, and there's all the remaining query heads. With group query, you instead preserve all the query heads, and then your keys and values are kind of, there are fewer heads for the keys and values, but you're not reducing it to just one. But anyways, like the whole point here is you're just reducing the size of your KV tasks.
And then there's MLA.
Yeah, multi-latent. That's a little more complicated, and the way that this works is it kind of turns the entirety of your keys and values across all your heads into this kind of one latent vector that is then kind of expanded inference time.
But MLA is from this company called DeepSeek. It's quite an interesting algorithm. Maybe the key idea is sort of in both FQA and in other places, what you're doing is sort of reducing the number of KV heads. The advantage you get from that is there's less of them, but maybe the theory is that you actually want a lot of different, you want each of the keys and values to actually be different. So one way to reduce the size is you keep one big shared vector for all the keys and values, and then you have smaller vectors for every single token, so that when you can store only the smaller thing, some sort of like low rank reduction. And the low rank reduction will at the end of the time when you eventually want to compute the final thing, remember that like your memory bound, which means that like you still have some compute left that you can use for these things. And so if you can expand the latent vector back out, and somehow like this is far more efficient because like you're reducing, like for example maybe like reducing like 32 or something, like the size of the vector that you.
Yeah, there's perhaps some richness in having a separate set of keys and values and
this
that
shit
kind of pairwise
sucks.
matchup versus compressing that all into one. And that interaction at least.
Okay, and all of that is dealing with being memory bound.
Yeah.
And ultimately, how does that map to the user experience? Trying to get
Yeah, the two things that it maps to is you can now make your cache a lot larger because you less space allocated to the KV cache. You make cache a lot more aggressively, a lot more things. You get more cache hits, which are helpful for reducing the time to first token, the reasons that were kind of described earlier. And then the second being when you start doing inference with more and more requests and larger batch sizes, you don't see much of a slowdown in as it's generated token speed of that.
Well, it also allows you to make your prompt bigger for certain.
Yeah. So the size of your KV cache is both the size of all your prompts multiplied by the number of prompts you process in parallel. So you could increase either of those dimensions, right? The batch size or the size of your prompts without degrading the latency of generating tokens.
All right, you wrote a blog called Shadow Workspace,
Yep.
Iterating on code in the background.
Yep.
What's going on?
So to be clear, we want there to be a lot of stuff happening in the background. And we're experimenting with a lot of things. Right now, we don't have much stuff other than like the cache warming or like, figuring out the right context that goes into your command key prompts, for example. But the idea is if you can actually spend computation in the background, then you can help the user maybe like at a slightly longer time horizon than just predicting the next few lines that you're going to make but actually like in the next 10 minutes, what are you going to make? And by doing it in the background, you can spend more computation doing that. And so the idea of the shadow workspace that we implemented, and we use it internally for like experiments, is that to actually get advantage of doing stuff in the background, you want some kind of feedback signal to give back to the model, because otherwise, like you can get higher performance by just letting the model think for longer, and so like O1 is a good example of that. But another way you can improve performance is by letting the model iterate and get feedback. And so one very important piece of feedback when you're a programmer is the language server, which is this thing. It exists for most different languages, and there's like a separate language server per language, and it can tell you, you're using the wrong type here, and then gives you an error, or it can allow you to go to definition and sort of understand the structure of your code. So language servers are extensions developed by, like, there's a TypeScript language server developed by the TypeScript people, a Rust language server developed by the Rust people, and then they all interface over the language server protocol to VS Code. So that VS Code doesn't need to have all of the different languages built into VS Code, but rather you can use the existing compiler infrastructure.
For linking purposes?
It's for linking, it's for going to definition, and it's for like seeing the right that you're using.
Doing type checking.
Yeah, type checking and going to references. And that's like, when you're working in big projects, you kind of need that. If you don't have that, it's like really hard to do.
Can you say again how that's being used? The protocol communication thing.
So it's being used in visual programmers, but then the idea is you want to show that same information to the model. And you want to do that in a way that doesn't affect the user, because you want to do it in background. And so the idea behind the shadow workspace was, okay, like one way we can do this is we spawn a separate window of cursor that's hidden, and so you can set this flag and like that hidden. There is a window that you can also see it. And inside of this window, the AI users can modify code however they want, as long as they don't save it, because it's still the same folder, and then can get feedback from the vendors and go to definition and iterate.
So it's literally run everything in the background, like, as if, right? Yeah. When you run the code.
So that's the eventual version. That's what you want. And a lot of the blog post is actually about how do you make that happen, because it's a little bit tricky. You want it to be on the user's machine so that it exactly mirrors the user's environment. And then on Linux, you can do this cool thing where you can actually mirror the file system and have the AI make changes to the files, and it thinks that it's operating on the file level, but actually that's stored in memory, and you can create this kernel extension to make it work. Whereas on Mac and Windows, it's a little bit more difficult, but it's a fun technical problem.
One maybe hacky but interesting idea that I like is holding a lock on saving. And so basically you can then have the language model have hold a lock on saving to disk, and then instead of you operating in the ground truth version of the files that are saved to disk, you actually are operating what was the shadow workspace before, these unsaved things that only exist in memory that you still get linter errors for, and you can code in. And then when you try to maybe run code, it's just like there's a small warning that there's a lock, and then you kind of will take back the lock from the language server if you're trying to do things concurrently, or from the shadow workspace if you're trying to do things concurrently.
That's such an exciting feature, by the way. It's a bit of a tangent, but like to allow a model to change files. It's scary for people, but like it's really cool to be able to just like let the agent do a set of tasks, and you come back the next day and kind of observe, like it's a colleague or something like that.
And I think there may be different versions of like runnability, where for the simple things where you're doing things in the span of a few minutes on behalf of the user as they're programming, it makes sense to make something work locally in their machine. I think for the more aggressive things, where you're making larger changes that take longer periods of time, you'll probably want to do this in some sandbox remote environment. And that's another incredibly tricky problem of how do you exactly reproduce, or mostly reproduce, the point of it being effectively equivalent for running code, the user's environment with the remote sandbox.
I'm curious what kind of agents you want for coding. Do you want them to find bugs? Do you want them to like implement new features? Like, what agents do you want?
So, by the way, when I think about agents, I don't think just about coding. I think so for the practice this particular podcast, there's video editing, and a lot of if you look in Adobe, a lot of there's code behind. It's very poorly documented code, but you can interact with Premiere, for example, using code. And basically all the uploading, everything I do on YouTube, everything as you could probably imagine, I do all of that through code. And including translation, overdubbing, all of this. So I envision all those kinds of tasks. So automating many of the tasks that don't have to do directly with the editing. So that, okay, that's what I was thinking about. But in terms of coding, I would be fundamentally thinking about bug finding. Like many levels of kind of bug finding, and also bug finding like logical bugs, not logical, like spiritual bugs. Ones like sort of big directions of implementation, that kind of stuff.
Let's do find and bug finding.
Yeah, I mean it's really interesting that these models are so bad at bug finding. When just naively prompted to find a bug, they're incredibly poorly calibrated. Even the smartest model. Exactly. Even O1.
How do you explain that? Very good intuition.
I think these models are really strong reflections of the pre-training distribution, and I do think they generalize as the loss gets lower and lower, but I don't think the loss in scale is the loss is low enough such that they're like really fully generalizing it. Like the things that we use these things for, the frontier models that they're quite good at are really code generation and question answering, and these things exist in massive quantities of pre-training with all of the code in GitHub on a scale of many, many trillions of tokens, and questions and answers on things like Stack Overflow and maybe GitHub issues. And so when you try to push into these things that really don't exist very much online, like, for example, the cursor tab objective of predicting the next edit, given the edit done so far, the brittleness kind of shows. And then bug detection is another great example, where there aren't really that many examples of like actually detecting real bugs and then proposing fixes. And the models just kind of like really struggle with it. But I think it's a question of transferring the model, like in the same way that you get this fantastic transfer from pre-trained models just on code in general to the cursor tab objective. You'll see a very, very similar thing with generalized models that are really good at code to bug detection. It just takes like a little bit of kind of nudging in that direction.
Like to be clear, I think they sort of understand code really well. Like while they're being pre-trained, like the representation that's being built up, like almost certainly, like somewhere in the stream, there's the model knows that maybe there's something sketchy going on, right? It has some sketchiness, but actually elucidating the sketchiness to like actually like part of it is that humans are really calibrated on which bugs are really important. It's not just it's not just actually saying like there's something sketchy. It's like is it sketchy trivial? Is it sketchy like you're gonna take the server down? It's like part of it is maybe the cultural knowledge of like why is the staff engineer? And the staff engineer is good because they know that 3 years ago, like someone wrote a really sketchy piece of code that took the server down, and as opposed to maybe you're like you just this thing is like an experiment, so like a few bugs are fine, like you're just trying to experiment and get the feel of the thing. And so if the model gets really annoying when you're writing an experiment, that's really bad. But if you're writing something for super production, you're like writing a database, right? You're writing code in Postgres or Linux or whatever, like your Linus Torvalds. It's unacceptable to have even in that case. And just having the calibration of like how paranoid is the user, like.
But even then, like if you're putting in a maximum paranoia, it still just like doesn't quite get it.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's hard for humans to understand which line of code is important and which is not. Like I think one of your principles on the website says if a code can do a lot of damage, one should add a comment that say this line of code is dangerous.
And all caps.
No, and you say like for every single line of code inside the function, you have to add, and that's quite profound. It says something about human beings because the engineers move on, even the same person might just forget how we can sink the Titanic a single function. Like you might not intuit that quite clearly by looking at the single piece of code.
Yeah, and I think that one is also partially also for today's AI models, where if you actually write dangerous in every single line, like the models will pay more attention to that and will be more likely to find bugs in that region.
That's actually just straight up a really good practice of labeling code of how much damage this can do.
Yeah, I mean, it's controversial. Like, some people think it's ugly.
But I actually think it's like, in fact, I actually think it's one of the things that I learned from art is, like, sort of aesthetically, I don't like it. But I think there's certainly something where, like, it's useful for the models, and humans just forget a lot, and it's really easy to make a small mistake and cause, like, bring down the server, and, of course, we like test a lot or whatever, but there's always these things that you have to be very careful.
Yeah, like with just normal DOS strings, I think people often just skim it when making a change and think, oh, I know how to do this. And you kind of really need to wait that.
Yeah, you have to be reminded that you can do a lot of damage. It's like we don't really think about that.
Yeah.
You think about, okay, how do I figure out how this works so I can improve it? You don't think about the other direction.
Until we have formal verification of everything, then you can do whatever you want, and you know for certain that you have not introduced the bug.
Concretely, what do you think that future would look like?
I think people will just not write tests anymore, and the model will suggest, like, you write a function, the model will suggest a spec, and you review the spec, and in the meantime, smart reasoning model computes and proves that the implementation follows the spec. And I think that happens for most functions.
Don't you think this gets at a little bit some of the stuff you were talking about earlier with the difficulty of specifying intent for what you want in software? Where sometimes it might be, because the intent is really hard to specify, it's also then going to be really hard to prove that it's actually matching whatever your intent is.
Like, you think that spec is hard to generate?
Yeah, or just like, for a given stack, maybe you can, I think there is a question of, like, can you actually do the formal verification? Like, that's, like, is that possible? I think that there's, like, more to dig into there. But then also,
even if you have the spec, if you have the spec, how do you
even if you have the spec? Is the spec written in natural language?
Yeah, how do you balance? No, the spec would be fine. But how you do that?
So then I think that you care about things that are not going to be easily well specified in the spec language.
I see. Yeah.
Maybe an argument against formal verification is all you need.
Yeah.
The worry is there's this massive replacing something like unit tests. Sure.
Yeah. I think you can probably also evolve the spec languages to capture some of the things that they don't really capture right now. Like, I don't know. I think it's very exciting.
And you're speaking not just about like single functions. You're speaking about entire code bases.
I think entire code bases is harder, but that is what I would love to have, and I think it should be possible. And because you can even there's like a lot of work recently where you can prove formally verify down to the hardware. So like you formally verify the C code, and then you formally verify through the GCC compiler, and then through the Verilog down to the hardware. And that's like an incredibly big system, but it actually works. And I think big code bases are sort of similar in that they're like multi-layered system, and if you can decompose it and formally verify each part, then I think it should be possible. I think the specification problem is a real problem, but how do you handle that?
Or how do you handle, I guess, external dependencies like calling the Stripe API?
You just try to write a spec for
But like, you can't do this for everything. Like, can you do this for everything you use? Like, how do you do it for? If there's a language model, like maybe like people will use language models as primitives in programming, right? And there's like a dependence on it. Like, how do you now include that?
I think you might be able to prove that. So,
prove what about language models?
I think it feels possible that you could actually prove that a language model is a line, for example, or like you can prove that it actually gives the right answer.
Yeah, that is. I mean, if it's possible. I have a dream speech. If it's possible, it says that it will certainly help with, making sure you filter out bugs, and making sure AI doesn't destroy all human civilization. So the full spectrum of AI safety to just bug finding. So you said the models struggle with bug finding. What's the hope?
My hope initially is, and I can let Michael chime in too, but it was like it should first help with the stupid bugs. Like it should very quickly catch the stupid bugs. Like off by one errors. Like sometimes you write something in a comment and do the other way. It's like very common. Like I do this. I write like less than in a comment and like maybe I degraded it or something like that. And the model is like, it looks sketchy. Like, you sure you want to do that? But eventually it should be able to get rid of them.
Yeah, and I think that it's also important to note that this is having good bug finding models feels necessary to get to the highest reaches of having AI do more and more programming for you, where you're going to, if the AI is building more and more of the system for you, you need to not just generate, but also verify. And without that, some of the problems that we talked about before with programming with these models will just become untenable. So it's not just for humans. Like you write a bug, I write a bug, find the bug for me, but it's also being able to verify the AI's code and check it is really important.
Yeah, and then how do you actually do this? Like we've had a lot of contentious dinner discussions of how do you actually think, bug models. But one very popular idea is, it's kind of potentially easy to introduce a bug than actually finding the bug. And so you can train a model to introduce bugs in existing code. And then you can train a reverse bug model then that can find bugs using this synthetic data. So that's like one example. But yeah, there are lots of ideas.
You can also do a bunch of work, not even at the model level, of taking the biggest models and then maybe giving them access to a lot of information that's not just the code. Like it's kind of a hard problem to like stare at a file and be like, where's the bug? And that's hard for humans often, right? And so often you have to run the code and being able to see things like traces and stuff through a debugger. There's whole another direction where it like kind of comes toward that. And it could also be that there are kind of two different product form factors here. It could be that you have a really specialty model that's quite fast, that's kind of running in the background and trying to spot bugs. And it might be that sometimes, sort of to Arvid's earlier example about, some nefarious input box bug, might be that sometimes you want to there's a bug, you're not just like checking hypothesis free, you're like, this is a problem, I really want to solve it. And you zap that with tons and tons and tons of compute, and you're willing to put in like $50 to solve that bug or something even more.
Have you thought about integrating money into this whole thing? Like I would pay probably a large amount of money for if you found a bug or even generated code that I really appreciated. Like I had a moment a few days ago when I started using Cursor where it generated perfect 3 functions for interacting with the YouTube API to update captions and for localization, like in different languages. The API documentation is not very good, and the code across, like if I googled it for a while, I couldn't find exactly. There's a lot of confusing information, and Cursor generated perfectly. And I just sat back, I read the code, I was like, this is correct. I tested it, it's correct. I was like, I want a tip. I want a button that goes, here's $5. One that's really good just to support the company, support what the interface is, and the other is that probably sends a strong signal, like, good job. Right? There's a much stronger signal than just accepting the code, right? You just actually send it like a strong good job. That, and for bug finding, obviously, like, there's a lot of people, that will pay a huge amount of money for a bug, like a bug bounty thing, right? Does that, you guys think about that?
Yeah, it's a controversial idea inside the company. I think it sort of depends on how much you believe in humanity, almost. I think it would be really cool if, you spend nothing to try to find a bug, and if it doesn't find a bug, you spend $0. And then if it does find a bug, and you click accept, then it also shows, in parentheses, $1. And so you spend $1 to accept the bug. And then, of course, there's the worry, okay, we spent a lot of computation, maybe people will just copy-paste. I think that's a worry. And then there's also the worry that, introducing money into the product makes it, kind of, it doesn't feel as fun anymore. You have to, think about money, and all you want to think about is, the code. And so maybe it actually makes more sense to separate it out and, you pay some fee, every month, and then gets all of these things for free.
But there could be a tipping component, which is not like a
Yes, but it still has that like dollar symbol. I think it's fine, but I also see the point where like maybe it won't change.
Yeah, I was gonna say the moment that feels like people do this is when they share it. When they have a fantastic example, they just kind of share it with their friends. There is also a potential world where there's a technical solution to this, like honor system problem too, where if we can get to a place where we understand the output of the system more, I mean, to the stuff we were talking about with like, error checking with the LSP and then also running the code. But if you could get to a place where you could actually somehow verify, oh, I have fixed the bug, maybe then the bounty system doesn't need to rely on the honor system too.
How much interaction is there between the terminal and the code? Like how much information is gained from if you run the code in the terminal? Like can you do like a loop where it runs the code and suggests how to change the code if the code at runtime gives an error? Because right now they're separate worlds completely. Like I know you can like do Control K inside the terminal to help you write the code.
You can use terminal context as well inside of document K everything. We don't have the looping part yet, so we expect something like this could make a lot of sense. There's a question of whether it happens in the foreground too, or if it happens in the background, like what we've been discussing.
Sure, the background's pretty cool. Like you could do running the code in different ways. Plus, there's a database side to this, which how do you protect from not modifying the database? But okay.
I mean, there's certainly cool solutions there. There's this new API that is being developed for. It's not in AWS, but it's certainly. I think it's in Planet Scale. I don't know if Planet Scale was the first one to add it. It's this ability to sort of add branches to a database, which is like if you're working on a feature and you want to test against a broad database, but you don't actually want to test against a broad database, you could sort of add a branch to the database. And the way to do that is to add a branch to the write-ahead log. And there's obviously a lot of technical complexity in doing it correctly. I guess database companies need new things to do. They have the database now, and I think like Turbo Buffer, which is one of the databases we use, is going to add maybe branching to the write-ahead log. And so maybe the AI agents will use branching. They'll like test against them branch, and it's sort of going to be a requirement for the database to like support branching.
It would be really interesting to use branch file system, right?
Yeah, I feel like everything needs branching.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's the problem with the multiverse, right? Like if you branch out everything, it's like a lot.
I mean, there's obviously these like super clever algorithms to make sure that you don't actually use a lot of space or keep your.
Okay, this is a good place to ask about infrastructure. So you guys mostly use AWS. What are some interesting details? What are some interesting challenges? Why did you choose AWS? Why is AWS still winning? Hashtag.
AWS is just really good. It's really good. Like, whenever you use an AWS product, you just know that it's going to work. Like, it might be absolute hell to go through the steps to set it up.
Why is the interface so horrible?
Because it's just so good. It doesn't need
the nature of winning.
I think it's exactly. Yeah. But AWS, you can always trust. Like, it will always work. And if there is a problem, it's probably your problem.
Okay. Is there some interesting like challenges to you guys a pretty new startup to get scaling to like to so many people? And
yeah, I think that it has been an interesting journey, adding each extra zero to the request per second. But you run into all of these with like the general components you're using for caching and databases. Run into issues as you make things bigger and bigger, and now we're at the scale where we get like int overflows on our tables and things like that. And then also there have been some custom systems that we built, like for instance our retrieval system for computing a semantic index of your code base and answering questions about a code base that have continually, I feel like, been one of the trickier things to scale.
I have a few friends who are super senior engineers, and one of their sort of lines is like it's very hard to predict where systems will break when you scale them. You could sort of try to predict in advance, like there's always something weird that's going to happen when you have this extra zero. you thought you saw through everything, you didn't actually see through everything. But I think for that particular system, we've so what the for concrete details, the thing we do is obviously we upload when like we chunk up all of your code, and then we send out sort of the code for embedding, and we embed the code. And then we store the embeddings in a database, but we don't actually store any of the code. And then there's reasons around making sure that we don't introduce client bugs, because we're very, very paranoid about client bugs. We store much of the details on the server, like everything is sort of encrypted. So one of the technical challenges is always making sure that the local index, the local code base state, is the same as the state that is on the server. And the way technically we ended up doing that is, so for every single file, you can sort of keep this hash, and then for every folder, you can sort of keep a hash with the hash of all its children, and you can sort of recursively do that until the top. And why do something complicated? One thing you could do is you could keep a hash for every file, and every minute you could try to download the hashes that are on the server, figure out what are the files that don't exist in the server. Maybe you just created a new file, maybe you just deleted a file, maybe you checked out a new branch, and try to reconcile the states between the client and the server. But that introduces like absolutely ginormous network overhead. Both on the client side, I mean, nobody really wants us to hammer their Wi-Fi all the time if you're using encryption. But also, like, I mean, it would introduce like ginormous overhead in the database. It would sort of be reading tens of terabyte database, sort of approaching like 20 terabytes or something database like every second. That's kind of crazy. You definitely don't want to do that. So what you do, you just try to reconcile the single hash, which is at the root of the project. And then if something mismatches, then you find where all the things disagree. Maybe you look at the children and see if the hashes match, if the hashes don't match, go look at their children, and so on. You only do that in the scenario where things don't match. And for most people, most of the time, the hashes match.
Just a kind of like hierarchical reconciliation.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's called a Merkle tree.
Yeah. I mean, so yeah, this is cool to see that you kind of have to think through all these problems.
And I mean, the point of, like, the reason it's gotten hard is just because, like, the number of people using it, and some of your customers have really, really large code bases, to the point where we originally wrote our code base, which is big. I mean, just not the size of some company that's been there for 20 years and an enormous number of files. And you sort of want to scale that across programmers. There's all these details where, like, building a simple thing is easy, but scaling it to a lot of people, a lot of companies is obviously a difficult problem. Which sort of, independent of actually, so that as part of the scaling our current solution is also, coming up with new ideas. Obviously, we're working on, but then scaling all of that in the last few weeks.
Yeah, and there are a lot of clever things, like additional things that go into this indexing system. For example, the bottleneck in terms of cost is not storing things in the database. The database is actually embedding the code. And you don't want to re-embed the code base for every single person in the company that is using the same exact code, except for maybe they're in a branch with a few different files, or they've made a few local changes. And so, because, again, embedding is the bottleneck, you can do one clever trick and not have to worry about, like, the complexity of, like, dealing with branches and the other databases where you just have some cache on the actual vectors computed from the hash of a given chunk. And so this means that when the end person at a company goes to the vector code base, it's really, really fast. And you do all this without actually storing any code on our servers at all. No code data is stored. You just store vectors in the vector database and vector cache.
What's the biggest gains at this time you get from indexing the code base? Like, just out of curiosity, like what benefit did users have? It seems like longer term there'll be more and more benefit, but in the short term, just asking questions of the code base, what's the usefulness of that?
I think the most obvious one is just you want to find out where something is happening in your large code base, and you sort of have a fuzzy memory of, okay, I want to find the place where we do X, but you don't exactly know what to search for in a normal text search, and so you ask the chat, you hit command enter to ask with the quickest chat, and then very often it finds the right place that you're thinking of.
I think, like you mentioned, in the future, I think this is only going to get more and more powerful, where we're working a lot on improving the quality of our retrieval. And I think the ceiling for that is really, really much higher than people give credit for.
One question that's good to ask here, have you considered, and why haven't you much done sort of local stuff? To where you can do it seems like everything we just discussed is exceptionally difficult to do. To go to the cloud, you have to think about all these things with the caching and the large code base where a large number of programmers are using the same code base. You have to figure out the puzzle of that. A lot of it, most software just does stuff, this heavy computational stuff locally. So do you consider doing sort of embeddings locally?
Yeah, we thought about it, and I think it would be cool to do it locally. I think it's just really hard. And one thing to keep in mind is that, some of our users use the latest MacBook Pro, but most of our users, like more than 80% of our users, are in Windows machines, which and many of them are not very powerful. And so local models really only work on the latest computers, and it's also a big overhead to build that in. And so even if we would like to do that, it's currently not something that we are able to focus on. And I think there are some people that do that, and I think that's great. But especially as models get bigger and bigger, and you want to do fancier things with like bigger models, it becomes even harder to do it locally.
Yeah, and it's not a problem of like weaker computers. It's just like, for example, if you're some big company, have big company code base, it's just really hard to process big company code base even on the beefiest MacBook Pros.
Yeah.
So even if it's not even a matter of like if you're just like a student or something, I think if you're like the best programmer at a big company, you're still going to have a horrible experience if you do everything locally. I mean, you could do it and sort of scrape by, but like, again, it wouldn't be fun anymore.
Yeah, like an approximate nearest neighbors in this massive code base is going to just eat up your memory and your CPU. And that's just that. Like, let's talk about like also the modeling side, where Robert said there are these massive headwinds against local models, where one things that seem to move towards MOEs, which like one benefit is maybe they're more memory bandwidth bound, which plays in favor of local versus using GPUs or using NVIDIA GPUs. But the downside is these models are just bigger in total, and they're going to need to fit, often not even on a single node or multiple nodes. There's no way that's going to fit inside of even really good MacBooks. And I think especially for coding, it's not a question as much of like, does it clear some bar of like the model's good enough to do these things, and then like we're satisfied, which may be the case for other problems, and maybe where local models shine. But people are always going to want the best, the most intelligent, the most capable thing, and that's going to be really, really hard to run with almost all people locally.
Don't you want the most capable model? You want science,
and also with open.
I like how you're pitching me.
Would
you be satisfied with an inferior model? I'm one of those, but there's some people that like to do stuff locally, especially like, really, there's a whole, obviously, open source movement that kind of resists, and it's good that they exist, actually, because you want to resist the power centers that are growing.
There's actually an alternative to local models that I am particularly fond of. I think it's still very much in the research stage, but you could imagine to do homomorphic encryption for language model inference. So you encrypt your input on your local machine, then you send that up, and then the server can use lots of computation. They can run models that you cannot run locally on this encrypted data, but they cannot see what the data is. And then they send back the answer, and you decrypt the answer, and only you can see the answer. So I think that's still very much research, and all of it is about trying to make the overhead lower, because right now the overhead is really big. But if you can make that happen, I think that would be really, really cool, and I think it would be really, really impactful. Because I think one thing that's actually kind of worrisome is that as these models get better and better, they're going to become more and more economically useful. And so more and more of the world's information and data will flow through, one or two centralized actors. And then there are worries about, there can be traditional hacker attempts, but it also creates this kind of scary part where if all of the world's information is flowing through one node in plaintext, you can have surveillance in very bad ways. And sometimes that will happen for, initially will be like good reasons, like people will want to try to protect, I guess, like bad actors using AI models in bad ways. And then you will add in some surveillance code, and then someone else will come in and, you're in a slippery slope, and then you start doing bad things with a lot of the world's data. And so I'm very hopeful that we can solve homomorphic encryption for language modeling.
Doing privacy preserving machine learning. But I would say like that's the challenge we have with all software these days. It's like there's so many features that can be provided from the cloud, and all of us increasingly rely on it and make our life awesome, but there's downsides, and that's why you rely on really good security to protect from basic attacks. But there's also only a small set of companies that are controlling that data, and they obviously have leverage, and they can be infiltrated in all kinds of ways. That's the world we live in.
I mean, the thing I'm just actually quite worried about is sort of the world where Anthropic has this responsible scaling policy, and where we're on like the low ASLs, which is Anthropic, of the models, but as we get to like quote unquote ASL3, ASL4, whatever models, which are sort of very powerful, but for mostly reasonable security reasons, you would want to monitor all the prompts. But I think that's sort of reasonable and understandable where everyone is coming from. But that is really horrible if sort of like all the world's information is sort of monitored that heavily. It's way too centralized. It's like sort of this like really fine line you walk where on the one side like you don't want the models to go rogue. On the other side, like humans like. I don't know if I trust like all the world's information to pass through like three model providers.
Yeah.
Why do you think it's different than cloud providers?
Because I think this is a lot of this data would never have gone to the cloud providers in the first place. Where this is often like you want to give more data to the AI models, you want to give personal data that you would never have put online in the first place. To these companies or to these models, and it also centralizes control. Where right now, for cloud, you can often use your own encryption keys, and it like AWS can't really do much. But here it's just centralized actors that see the exact plain text of everything.
On the topic of context, that's actually been a friction for me when I'm writing code. In Python, there's a bunch of stuff imported. You could probably intuit the kind of stuff I would like to include in the context. Is there, like, how hard is it to auto figure out the context?
It's tricky. I think we can do a lot better at computing the context automatically in the future. One thing that's important to note is there are trade-offs with including automatic context. So the more context you include for these models, first of all, the slower they are, and the more expensive those requests are, which means you can then do less model calls and do less fancy stuff in the background. Also, for a lot of these models, they get confused if you have a lot of information on the prompt. So the bar for accuracy and for relevance of the context you include should be quite high. But this is already we do some
duplicate
automatic
stream
context
key.
in some places within the product. It's definitely something we want to get a lot better at. And I think that there are a lot of cool ideas
dashboard.
both on the learning better retrieval systems, like better embedding models, better re-rankers. I think that there are also cool academic ideas, stuff we tried out internally, but also that field is grappling with writ large, about can you get language models to a place where you can actually just have the model itself like understand a new corpus of information. And the most popular talked about version of this is, can you make the context windows infinite? Then if you make the context windows infinite, can you make the model actually pay attention to the infinite context? And then after you can make it pay attention to the infinite context, to make it somewhat feasible to actually do it, can you then do caching for that infinite context? You don't have to recompute that all the time. But there are other cool
ideas that are being tried that are a little bit more analogous to fine-tuning of actually learning this information and the weights of the model. And it might be that you actually get sort of a qualitatively different type of understanding if you do it more at the weight level than if you do it at the in-context learning level. I think the jury's still a little bit out on how this is all going to work in the end. But in the interim, us as a company, we are really excited about better retrieval systems and picking the parts of the code base that are most relevant to what you're doing. We can do that a lot better.
Like one interesting proof of concept for the learning this knowledge directly in the weights is with VS Code. So we're in a VS Code fork, and VS Code, the code is all public. So these models in pre-training have seen all the code. They've probably also seen questions and answers about it, and then they've been fine-tuned and knowledge to easily answer questions about code in general. So when you ask it a question about VS Code, sometimes it'll hallucinate, but sometimes it actually does a pretty good job at answering the question. And I think like this is just by it happened to be okay. But what if you could actually like specifically train or post-train a model such that it really was built to understand the big. It's an open research question, one that we're quite interested in. And then there's also uncertainty of like, do you want the model to be the thing that end to end is doing everything, i.e. it's doing the retrieval in its internals and then kind of answering the question, creating the code, or do you want to separate the retrieval from the frontier models? Or maybe, you'll get some really capable models that are much better than like the best open source ones in a handful of months. And then you'll want to separately train a really good open source model to be the retriever, to be the thing that feeds in the context to these larger models.
Can you speak a little more to the post-training a model to understand the code base? Like, what do you mean by that? Is this a synthetic data direction? Is this?
Yeah, I mean, there are many possible ways you could try doing it. There's certainly no shortage of ideas. It's just a question of going in and like trying all of them and being empirical about which one works best. One very naive thing is to try to replicate what's done with VS Code and these frontier models. So let's like continue pre-training, kind of continue pre-training that includes general code data, but also throws in a lot of the data of some particular repository that you care about. And then in post-training, meaning let's just start with instruction fine-tuning. You have like a normal instruction fine-tuning data set about code. Then you throw in a lot of questions about code in that repository. So you could either get ground truth ones, which might be difficult, or you could do what you kind of hinted at or suggested using synthetic data, i.e. kind of having the model ask questions about various pieces of the code. So you can take the pieces of the code, then prompt the model or have a model propose a question for that piece of code, and then add those as instruction fine-tuning data points. And then in theory, this might unlock the model's ability to answer questions about that code base.
Let me ask you about OpenAI 01. What do you think is the role of that kind of test time compute system in programming?
I think test time compute is really, really interesting. So there's been the pre-training regime, which will kind of, as you scale up the amount of data and the size of your model, get you better and better performance, both on loss and then on downstream benchmarks, and just general performance. So we use it for coding or other tasks. We're starting to hit a bit of a data wall, meaning it's going to be hard to continue scaling up this regime. And so scaling up test time compute is an interesting way of now, increasing the number of inference time loss that we use, but still getting as you increase the number of slots used inference time, getting corresponding improvements in performance of these models. Traditionally, we just have to literally train a bigger model that always uses that many more flops, but now we could perhaps use the same size model and run it for longer to be able to get an answer of the quality of a much larger model. And so the really interesting thing I like about this is there are some problems that perhaps require 100 trillion parameter model intelligence trained on 100 trillion tokens. But that's like maybe 1%, maybe like 0.1% of all queries.
Okay.
So are you going to spend all of this effort, all of this compute training a model that costs that much and then run it so infrequently? It feels completely wasteful when instead you get the model that can, that you train a model that's capable of doing the 99.9% of queries then you have a way of inference time running it longer for those few people that really, really want math intelligence.
How do you figure out which problem requires what level of intelligence? Is that possible to dynamically figure out when to use GPT-4, when to use a small model, and when you need the O1?
I mean, yeah, that's an open research problem, certainly. I don't think anyone's actually cracked this model routing problem quite well. We'd like to. We have like kind of initial implementations of this for something like cursor tab. But at the level of like it's going between Oro, Sonnet to O1, it's a bit trickier. Like there's also questions like what level of intelligence do you need to determine if the thing is too hard for the 4-level model. Maybe you need the O1 level model. It's really unclear.
But you mentioned so there's a training process, and there's post-training, and there's like test time compute. That's there to sort of separate. Where's the biggest gain?
Well, it's weird because like test
Why
time
does
compute, there's
Discord
like a whole
always
training
ask to send
strategy
notifications?
needed to get test time compute to work. And the other really weird thing about this is no one, like outside of the big labs, maybe even just OpenAI, no one really knows how it works. Like there have been some really interesting papers that show hints of what they might be doing. And so perhaps they're doing something with tree search using process reward models. But yeah, I think the issue is we don't quite know exactly what it looks like, so it would be hard to kind of comment on like where it fits in. I would put it in post-training, but maybe like the compute spent for getting test time compute to work for a model is going to work pre-training eventually.
So we don't even know if O1 is using just like chain of thought, RL. We don't know how they're using any of these. We don't know anything.
Fun to speculate.
Like if you were to build a competing model,
yeah. So one thing to do would be, I think you probably need to train process reward model, which is, so maybe we can get into reward models and outcome reward models versus process reward models. Outcome reward models are the kind of traditional reward models that people are trained for language modeling, and it's just looking at the final thing. So if you're doing some math problem, let's look at that final thing you've done, everything, and let's assign a grade to it. How likely we think, like what's the reward for this outcome? Process reward models instead try to grade the chain of thought. And so OpenAI had some preliminary paper on this, I think, last summer, where they used human labelers to get this pretty large, several 100,000 data set of grading chains of thought. Ultimately, it feels like I haven't seen anything interesting in the ways that people use process reward models outside of just using it as a means of affecting how we choose between a bunch of samples. So like what people do in all these papers is they sample a bunch of outputs from the language model and then use the process reward models to grade all those generations alongside maybe some other heuristics, and then use that to choose the best answer. The really interesting thing that people think might work, people want to work, is tree search with these process reward models, because if you really can grade every single step of the chain of thought, then you can kind of branch out and explore multiple paths of the chain of thought, and then use these process reward models to evaluate how good is this branch that you're taking.
Yeah, when the quality of the branch is somehow strongly correlated with the quality of the outcome at the very end. So like you have a good model knowing which branch you take. So not just in the short term, but in the long term. Yeah.
And like the interesting work that I think has been done is figuring out how to properly train the process, or the interesting work that has been open sourced and people I think talk about is how to train the process reward models, maybe in a more automated way. I could be wrong here, could not be mentioning something, but I haven't seen anything super that seems to work really well for using the process reward models creatively to do tree search.
This is kind of an AI safety, maybe a bit of a philosophy question. So OpenAI says that they're hiding the chain of thought from the user, and they've said that was a difficult decision to make. They, instead of showing the chain of thought, they're asking the model to summarize the chain of thought. They're also in the background saying they're going to monitor the chain of thought to make sure the model is not trying to manipulate the user, which is a fascinating possibility. But anyway, what do you think about hiding the chain of thought?
One consideration for OpenAI, this is completely speculative, could be that they want to make it hard for people to distill these capabilities out of their model. It might actually be easier if you had access to that hidden chain of thought to replicate the technology, because that's pretty important data, like seeing the steps that the model took to get to the final result.
So you could probably train on that also.
And there was sort of a mirror situation with this. Some of the large language model providers, and also this is speculation, but some of these APIs used to offer easy access to log probabilities for the tokens that they're generating, and also log probabilities of those prompt tokens. And then some of these APIs took those away. And again, complete speculation, but one of the thoughts is that the reason those were taken away is if you have access to log probabilities, similar to this hidden train of thought, that can give you even more information to try and distill these capabilities out of the APIs, out of these biggest models. Small as usual. As an asterisk on also the previous discussion about us integrating O1, I think that we're still learning how to use this model. So we made O1 available in Cursor because, like, when we got the model, we were really interested in trying it out. I think a lot of programmers are going to be interested in trying it out. But O1 is not part of the default Cursor experience in any way yet. And we still haven't found a way to get integrated into an editor, into the editor in a way that we reach for sort of every hour, maybe even every day. And so I think that the jury's still out on how to use the model. We haven't seen examples yet of people releasing things where it seems really clear, like, oh, that's like now these days. The obvious one to turn to is maybe this can make it easier for you to have these background things running, right? To have these models in loops, to have these models be agentic. But we're still discovering.
To be clear, we have ideas. We just need to try and get something incredibly useful before we put it out there.
But it has these significant limitations. Like, even like barring capabilities, it does not stream. And that means it's really, really painful to use for things where you want to supervise the output. And instead you're just waiting for the wall of text to show up. Also, it does feel like the early innings of test-time computing search, where it's just like a very, very much a T0. And there's so many things that like don't feel quite right. And I suspect in parallel to people increasing the amount of pre-training data, the size of the models in pre-training and finding tricks there, you'll now have this other thread of getting search to work better and better.
Well, let me ask you about Strawberry Tomorrow Eyes. So it looks like GitHub Copilot might be integrating O1 in some kind of way. And I think some of the comments are saying, does this mean Cursor is done? I think I saw one comment saying that.
It's time to shut down Cursor.
Time to shut down Cursor. So is it time to shut down Cursor?
I think this space is a little bit different from past software spaces over the 2010s, where I think that the ceiling here is really, really, really incredibly high. And so I think that the best product in 3 to 4 years will just be so much more useful than the best product today. And you can like wax poetic about moats this and brand that, and this is our advantage. But I think in the end, just if you don't have, like, if you stop innovating on the product, you will lose. And that's also great for startups. That's great for people trying to enter this market, because it means you have an opportunity to win against people who have lots of users already by just building something better. And so I think, over the next few years, it's just about building the best product, building the best system, and that both comes down to the modeling engine side of things, and it also comes down to the editing experience. Yeah, I think most of the additional value from Cursor versus everything else out there is not just integrating the new model fast like O1. It comes from all of the depth that goes into these custom models that you don't realize are working for you in kind of every facet of the product, as well as like the really thoughtful UX with every single feature.
All right, from that profound answer, let's descend back down to the technical. You mentioned you have a taxonomy of synthetic data.
Oh, yeah.
Can you please explain?
Yeah, I think there are 3 main kinds of synthetic data. The first is, so what is synthetic data first? there's normal data, like non-synthetic data, which is just data that's naturally created, i.e., usually it'll be from humans having done things. So from some human process, you get this data. Synthetic data, the first one would be distillation. So having a language model output tokens or probability distributions over tokens, and then you can train some less capable model on this. This approach is not going to get you a net, like, more capable model than the original ones that has produced the tokens. But it's really useful for if there's some capability you want to elicit from some really expensive, high latency model, and then distill that down into some smaller task-specific model. The second kind is when, like, one direction of the problem is easier than the reverse. And so a great example of this is bug detection, like we mentioned earlier, where it's a lot easier to introduce reasonable-looking bugs than it is to actually detect them. And this is probably the case for humans too. And so what you can do is you can get a model that's not trained that much data, that's not that smart, to introduce code, and then you can use that to then use a synthetic data to train a model. I think it's really, really effective. The last category, I think, is, I guess, the main one that feels like the big labs are doing for synthetic data, which is producing text with language models that can then be verified easily. So, like, extreme example of this is if you have a verification system that can detect if language is Shakespeare level or it's a bunch of monkeys typing in text writers. Like, you can eventually get enough training data to train a Shakespeare level language model. And I mean, this is the case, like, very much the case for math, where verification is actually really, really easy for formal languages. And then what you can do is you can have, like, an okay model generate a ton of rollouts, and then choose the ones that have actually proved the answers to train them further. There's similar things you can do for code with leak code like problems, where if you have a set of tests that correspond to if something passes these tests, it is actually solve the problem. You can do the same thing where we verify that you pass the test and then train the model the outputs that have passed the test. I think it's going to be a little tricky getting this to work in all domains or just in general. Like, having the perfect verifier feels really, really hard to do with just, like, open-ended, miscellaneous tasks you give the model, or more like long horizon tasks, even in coding.
That's because you're not a documented garbage. But yeah. So that third category requires having a verifier.
Yeah. Verification it feels like it's best when you know for a fact that it's correct, and then it wouldn't be like using a language model to verify. It would be using tests or formal systems,
or running the thing too. Doing like the human form of verification where you just do manual quality control.
Yeah.
So like the building the small version of that, where it's like running the thing and actually understands the output. But
yeah, no, that's
sort of somewhere between.
Yeah, I think that's the category that is most likely to result in that.
What about RL feedback side, RLHF versus RLAIF? What's the role of that in getting better performance on the models?
Yeah, so RLHF is when the reward model you use is trained from some labels you've collected from human feedback. I think this works if you have the ability to get a ton of human feedback for this kind of task that you care about. RLAIF is interesting because you're kind of depending on, like, this is actually kind of going to, it's depending on the constraint that verification is actually a decent bit easier than generation. Because it feels like, okay, like, what are you doing? You're using this language model to look at the language model outputs and then prove the language model. But no, it actually may work if the language model had a much easier time verifying a solution than it does generating it. Then you actually could perhaps get this kind of recursion. But I don't think it's going to look exactly like that. The other thing you could do is that we kind of do is like a little bit of a mix of RLAIF and RLHF, where usually the model is actually quite correct, and this is the case for this house at picking between like two possible generations of what is the better one. And and it just needs like a little bit of human nudging, with only like on the order of 50, 100 examples, to like kind of align that prior the model has with exactly what you want. It looks different than I think normal RLHF or usually trained people with models, for example.
What's your intuition when you compare generation and verification, or generation and ranking? Is ranking way easier than generation?
My intuition would just say, yeah, probably it should be. Like, this is kind of going back to, like, if you believe P does not equal NP, then there's this massive class of problems that are much, much easier to verify than actually switching it.
I wonder if the same thing will prove P not equal to NP or P equal to NP.
That would be really cool.
That'd be a whatever field medal by AI. Who gets the credit? Another open philosophical question.
I'm actually
I'm actually surprisingly curious what's like a good draft for one AI will get the field medal. I actually don't have one special. I don't know what a monster is.
Sorry, Nobel Prize or field medal?
Field medal.
Well, field medal level.
Field medal needs to solve.
Field medal comes first. Well, you would say that.
There's also this like isolated system whereby
like I don't even know if I
don't need to do. I feel like I have less more to do there. It felt like the path to get to IMO was a little bit more clear because it already could get a few IMO problems, and there was a bunch of low hanging fruit given literature at the time of like what tactics people could take. I think I'm one much less versed in the space of the now, and two, yeah. Intuition about how close we are to solving these three.
I think that's probably more likely. Like it's probably much more likely because I think Well, I think it goes to like I don't know, like DSC, which is the Bird Furniture Architecture, or like you want to unlock or any of these like hard math problems, which is like actually really hard. It's sort of unclear what the path to get even the solution looks like. Like we don't even know what a path looks like, let alone.
And you go by the idea that this is like an isolated system to have a good reward system. It feels like it's easier to train for that. I think we might get Teal's medal before the AGI.
I mean, I'd be very happy. Very happy. But I don't know if I think 2028, 2030.
Field medal.
Field medal.
All right. It's feels like forever from now, given how fast things have been going. Speaking of how fast things have been going, let's talk about scaling laws. So for people who don't know, maybe it's good to talk about this whole idea of scaling laws. What are they? Where do things stand? And where do you think things are going?
I think it's interesting. The original scaling laws paper by OpenAI was slightly wrong because I think of some issues they did with learning rate schedules. And Attila shows a more correct version. And then from that, people have again kind of deviated from doing compute optimal things as people start now optimizing more so for making the thing work really, really well, given an inference budget. And I think there are a lot more dimensions to these curves than what we originally used of just compute, number of parameters and data. Like inference compute is the obvious one. I think context length is another obvious one. So if you care, like let's say you care about the two things of inference compute and then context window, maybe the thing you want to train is some kind of FSM because they're much, much cheaper and faster and super, super long context. And even if maybe it's 10x more scaling properties during training, maybe it's 10x more compute to train a thing to get the same level of capability, it's worth it because you care most about that inference budget for really long context windows. So it'll be interesting to see how people kind of play with all these dimensions.
So yeah, I mean, you speak to the multiple dimensions. Obviously, the original conception was looking very close to the size of the model as measured by parameters and the size of the data as measured by the number of tokens and looking at the ratio of the two.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a compelling notion that there is a number, or at least a minimum. And it seems like one was emerging. Do you still believe that there is a kind of bigger is better?
I mean, I think bigger is certainly better for just raw performance. Raw intelligence. And raw intelligence. I think that the path that people might take is, I'm particularly bullish on distillation. Like, yeah, how many knobs can you turn to, if we spend like a ton of money on training, like get the most capable cheap model, right? Like really, really caring as much as you can. Because like the naive version of caring as much as you can about inference time compute is what people have already done with like the llama models, or just overtraining the shit out of 70 models on way more tokens than right, but if you really care about it, maybe the thing to do is what Gamma did, which is let's not just train on tokens, let's literally train on minimizing the scale divergence with the distribution of Gamma 2070, right? So knowledge distillation there. And you're spending the compute of literally training this 27 billion model, billion parameter model on all these tokens just to get out this, I don't know, smaller model.
And the distillation gives you just a faster model, smaller means faster.
Yeah, distillation in theory is, I think, getting out more signal from the data that you're training on. And it's like it's perhaps another way of getting over, not like completely over, but like partially helping with the data wall, where like you only have so much data to train on. Let's like train this really, really big model on all these tokens, and we'll distill it as this smaller one, and maybe we can get more signal per token for this much smaller model than we would have originally trained it.
So if I gave you $10 trillion, how would you spend it? I mean, you can't buy an island or whatever. How would you allocate it in terms of improving the big model versus maybe paying for HF and the RLHF?
Yeah.
Or
I think there's a lot of these secrets and details about training these large models that I just don't know and are only privy to the large labs. And the issue is I would waste a lot of that money if I even attempted this because I wouldn't know those things. Spending a lot of disbelief and assuming like you have the know-how and offer it, or if you're saying like you have to offer it with like the limited information you have now.
No. Actually, I would say you swoop in and you get all the information, all the little heuristics, all the little parameters, all the parameters that define how the thing is trained. If we look in how to invest money for the next 5 years in terms of maximizing what you call raw intelligence.
I mean, isn't the answer like really simple? You just try to get as much compute as possible. Like at the end of the day, all you need to buy is the GPUs, and then the researchers can find all like they can sort of tune whether you want between a big model or a small model. Like,
well, this gets to the question of like, are you really limited by compute and money, or are you limited by these other things? And
I'm more privy to Arvid's belief that we're sort of ideal limited, but there's always like.
But if you have a lot of compute, you can run a lot of training.
You would run a lot of experiments versus like use that compute to train a gigantic model.
I would, but I do believe that we are limited in terms of ideas that we have. I think, yeah, because even with all this compute and like, all the data you can collect in the world, I think you really are ultimately limited by not even ideas, but just like really good engineering. Like, even with all the capital in the world, would you really be able to assemble, like there aren't that many people in the world who really make the difference here. And there's so much work that goes into research that is just like pure, really, really hard engineering work. As like a very kind of hand-wavy example, if you look at the original Transformer paper, how much work was kind of joining together a lot of these really interesting concepts embedded in the literature versus then going in and writing all the code, like maybe CUDA kernels, maybe whatever else, I don't know if they ran on GPUs or CPUs originally, such that it actually saturated the GPU performance, right? Getting no engineer to go in and do all of this code, right? And that was like probably one of the best engineers in the world. Or maybe going a step further, like the next generation of models, having these things, like getting model parallelism to work and scaling it on like, thousands of, or maybe tens of thousands of like D100s, which I think GPT-3 may have been. There's just so much engineering effort that has to go into all of these things to make it work. If you really brought that cost down to like, maybe not zero, but just made it 10x easier, made it super easy for someone with really fantastic ideas to immediately get to version of like the new architecture that they dreamed up that is like getting 50-40% utilization of the GPUs. I think that would just speed up research by a ton. I mean, I think if you see a clear path to improvement, you should always sort of take the low-hanging fruit first, right? I think probably OpenAI and all the other labs did the right thing to pick off the low-hanging fruit. What the low-hanging fruit is like, sort of, you could scale up to a GPT 4.25 scale, and you just keep scaling and like things keep getting better. And as long as like there's no point of experimenting with new ideas when like everything is working. You just sort of bang on it and try to get as much juice out of it possible, and then maybe when you really need new ideas for it. I think if you're spending $10 trillion, probably want to spend some, then actually like reevaluate your ideas. Like probably your idea limited at that point.
I think all of us believe new ideas are probably needed to get, all the way there to AGI, and all of us also probably believe there exist ways of testing out those ideas at smaller scales, and being fairly confident that they'll play out. It's just quite difficult for the labs in their current position to dedicate their very limited research and engineering talent to exploring all these other ideas when there's like this core thing that will probably like improve performance for some like decent amount of time.
Yeah, but also these big labs like winning. So they're just going wild. Okay. So how, big question looking out into the future. You're now at the center of the programming world. How do you think programming, the nature of programming, changes in the next few months, in the next year, in the next 2 years, the next 5 years, 10 years?
I think we're really excited about a future where the programmer is in the driver's seat for a long time. And you've heard us talk about this a little bit, but one that emphasizes speed and agency for the programmer and control, the ability to modify anything you want to modify, the ability to iterate really fast on what you're building. And this is a little different, I think, than where some people are jumping to in the space, where I think one idea that's captivated people is, can you talk to your computer? Can you have it build software for you as if you're talking to like an engineering department or an engineer over Slack? And can it just be this sort of isolated text box? And part of the reason we're not excited about that is, some of the stuff we talked about with latency. But then a big reason we're not excited about that is because that comes with giving up a lot of control. It's much harder to be really specific when you're talking in the text box. And if you're necessarily just going to communicate with a thing like you would be communicating with an engineering department, you're actually advocating tons of really important decisions to this bot. And this kind of gets at fundamentally what engineering is. I think that some people who are a little bit more removed from engineering might think of it as, the spec is completely written out, and then the engineers just come and they just implement. And it's just about making the thing happen in code and making the thing exist. But I think a lot of the best engineering, the engineering we enjoy, involves tons of tiny micro decisions about what exactly you're building and about really hard trade-offs between, speed and cost and all the other things involved in a system. And we want, as long as humans are actually the ones making, designing the software and the ones specifying what they want to be built, and it's not just like company run by all AIs, we think you'll really want the human in a driver's seat dictating these decisions. And so there's the jury's still out on kind of what that looks like. I think that, one weird idea for what that could look like is it could look like you can control the level of abstraction you do a code base at. And you can point at specific parts of the code base that, maybe you digest a code base by looking at it in the form of pseudocode. And you can actually edit that pseudocode too, and then have changes get made down at the sort of formal programming level. And you keep you can gesture at any piece of logic in your software component of programming. You keep the inflow text editing component of programming. You keep the control of, you can even go down into the code, you can go at higher levels of abstraction, while also giving you these big productivity gains.
It'd be nice if you can go up and down the abstraction stack.
Yeah, and there are a lot of details to figure out there. That's sort of like a fuzzy idea. Time will tell if it actually works. But these principles of control and speed in the human in the driver's seat we think are really important. We think for some things, like Arvid mentioned before, for some self-programming, you can kind of hand it off chatbot style. If you have a bug that's really well specified. But that's not most of programming, and that's also not most of the programming we think a lot of people value.
What about like the fundamental skill of programming? There's a lot of people, like young people right now, kind of scared, like thinking because they like love programming, but they're scared about like, will I be able to have a future if I pursue this career path? Do you think the very skill of programming will change fundamentally?
I actually think this is a really, really exciting time to be building software. Like, we remember what programming was like in 2013, 2012, whatever it was. And there was just so much more crap and boilerplate and, looking at something really gnarly. And that stuff's it's definitely not at zero. But programming today is way more fun than back then. It's like we're really getting down to like the delight, concentration, and all the things that really draw people to programming. Like, for instance, this element of being able to build things really fast and speed, and also individual control. Like, all those are just being turned up a ton. And so I think it's going to be a really, really fun time for people who build software. I think that the skills will probably change too. I think that people's tastes and creative ideas will be magnified, and it will be a little bit about boilerplate text editing, maybe even a little bit less about carefulness, which I think is really important today. If you're a programmer, it will be a lot more fun.
What do you guys think?
I agree. I'm very excited to be able to change, like, just one thing that happened recently was, like, we wanted to do a relatively big migration to our code base. We were using async local storage in Node.js, which is known to be not very performant, and we wanted to migrate to a context object. And this is a big migration that affects the entire code base. And Swal and I spent, 5 days working through this, even with today's AI tools. And I am really excited for a future where I can just show a couple of examples, and then the AI applies that to all of the locations, and then it highlights, oh, this is a new example, like, what should I do? And then I show exactly what to do there. And then that can be done in like 10 minutes. And then you can iterate much, much faster. Then you don't have to think as much up front and stand at the blackboard and like think exactly like, how are we going to do this, because the cost is so high. But you can just try something first, and you realize, oh, this is not actually what I want, and then you can change it instantly again after. And so, yeah, I think being a programmer in the future is a lot of fun.
Yeah, I really like that point about, it feels like a lot of the time with programming, there are two ways you can go about it. One is like, you think really hard, carefully up front about the best possible way to do it, and then you spend your limited time of engineering to actually implement it. But I much prefer just getting in the code and like, taking a crack at it, seeing how it kind of lays out, and then iterating really quickly on that. That feels more fun.
Yeah, like just speaking to generating the boilerplate, it's great. So you just focus on the difficult design, difficult design decisions. Migration, I feel like this is a cool one. Like, it seems like large language models are able to basically translate from one programming language to another, or like migrate in the general sense of what migrate is. But that's in the current moment. So the fear has to do with like, okay, models get better and better, then you're doing less and less creative decisions. And is it going to kind of move to a place where it's you're operating in a design space of natural language, where natural language is the main programming language? And I guess I could ask that by way of advice. Like, if somebody's interested in programming now, what do you think they should learn? Like, today, you guys started Java, and I forget some PHP.
Objective-C.
Objective-C, there you go. I mean, in the end, we all know JavaScript is going to win. And not TypeScript. It's going to be like vanilla JavaScript. It's going to eat the world. And maybe they'll live with PHP. And I mean, it also brings up the question of like, I think Don Knuth has this idea that some percent of the population is geeks, and like there's a particular kind of psychology and mind required for programming, and it feels like more and more that expands. The kind of person that should be able to can do great programming might expand.
I think different people do programming for different reasons, but I think the true, maybe like the best programmers are the ones that really love, just like absolutely love programming. For example, there are folks in our team who literally, when they get back from work, they go and then they boot up Cursor and then they start coding on their side project for the entire night and they stay up till 3 a.m. doing that. And when they're sad, they've said, I just really need to go. And I think like, you know, there's that level of programmer where like this obsession and love of programming, I think makes really the best programmers. And I think these types of people will really get into the details of how things work.
I guess the question I'm asking, that exact program, will think about that person. When the super tab, the super awesome, crazy piece of tab succeeds, you keep pressing tab.
That person in the team loves Cursor tab more than anybody else.
Yeah, and it's also not just like pressing tab is like just pressing tab. That's like the easy way to say it, and the catchphrase, you know. But what you're actually doing when you're pressing tab is that you're injecting intent all the time while you're doing it. You're sometimes you're rejecting it, sometimes you're typing in some more characters, and that's the way that you're sort of shaping the things that's being created. And I think programming will change a lot to just what is it that you want to make.
It's sort of higher bandwidth. The communication to the computer just becomes higher and higher bandwidth, as opposed to like just typing is much lower bandwidth than communicating with text.
I mean, this goes to your manifesto titled Engineering Genius. We are an applied research lab building extraordinary productive human AI systems. So speaking to this like hybrid element. To start, we're building the engineer of the future, a human AI programmer that's an order of magnitude more effective than any one engineer. This hybrid engineer will have effortless control over their code base and no low entropy keystrokes. They will iterate at the speed of their judgment, even in the most complex systems. Using a combination of AI and human ingenuity, they will outsmart and out-engineer the best pure AI systems. We are a group of researchers and engineers. We build software and models to invent at the edge of what's useful and what's possible. Our work has already improved the lives of hundreds of thousands of programmers. And on the way to that, we'll at least make programming more fun. So thank you for talking today.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Michael, Swale, Arvid, and Amon. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with a random, funny, and perhaps profound programming code I saw on Reddit. Nothing is as permanent as a temporary solution that works.
For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic, and we've done these kind of wider or tight on the geographic region, but they've moved. So once humans figured out how to stay in a place, that's the initial trigger to what would become civilization.
I think you said beauty and blood went hand in hand for the Aztec.
What I meant by that is they were absolutely comfortable with human sacrifice and ripping people's hearts out. This grotesque, violent, absolutely loved flower gardens and poetry and music and dance. The same Aztec king who would order the hearts of 1,000 people extracted, also would stand up at dinner parties to recite his own poetry. But they were really just surgical about it. They'd use a thick obsidian knife where they could just break the ribs right along the sternum and then push the sternum down, pull up, and just
while the person was alive.
Yeah, while the person was alive.
The following is a conversation with Ed Barnhart, an archaeologist specializing in ancient civilizations of South America, Mesoamerica, and North America. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Ed Barnhart. Do you think there are lost civilizations in the history of humans on Earth which we don't know anything about?
Yes, I do. And in fact, we have found some civilizations that we had no idea about just in my lifetime. I mean, we've got Gobekli Tepe, and we've got the stuff that's going on in the Amazon, and there's some other less startling things that we had no idea existed and push our dates back and give us whole new civilizations we had no idea about. So, yeah, it's happened, and I think it'll happen again.
Do you think there's a lost civilization in the Amazon that the Amazon jungle has eaten up or is hiding the evidence of?
Yes, I do. And we're beginning to find it. There are these huge, what we call geoglyphs, these mound groups that are in geometric patterns. I think that the average Joe, when they hear the word civilization, they think of something that looks like Rome. And I don't think we're ever going to find anything that looks like Rome in the Amazon. I think a lot of things there, I mean, wherever you are on the planet, you use your natural resources. And in the Amazon, there's not a whole lot of stone. What stone is there is deep, deep, deep. So a lot of their things were built out of dirt and trees and feathers and textiles.
But is it possible that all that land that's not covered by trees is actually hiding stone, for example, some architecture, some things that are very difficult to find for archaeologists?
I think at the base of the Andes, where the Amazon connects to the Andes, there's a lot of potential there, because that's where the stone actually starts poking up. When you get down into the basin, stone is meters and meters under the ground, except for a stray cliff here and there where the river doesn't deep. And even then, only in the dry season, because that river rises like over 100 feet every year.
That's one of the things, having visited that area, just interacting with waterfalls and seeing the water, I was humbled by the power of water to shape landscapes and probably erase history in the context that we're talking about of civilization. Water can just make everything disappear for a period of centuries, millennia. And so if there's something existed a very long time ago, thousands of years ago, it's very possible it was just eaten up by nature.
Absolutely. In fact, in my opinion, that's almost a certainty in a lot of places. The Grand Canyon was dug by water. There's this wimpy little river in it right now, and you can't possibly imagine that it dug that, but it did. The power of nature and geology is really kind of magical. And when it comes to ancient civilizations that could be from a long time ago, there's probably a lot that are just under the ocean, and just the wave action have destroyed them, and what they haven't destroyed buried deep.
Under the ocean, do you think Atlantis ever existed?
I don't think that Atlantis existed. I do think it was one of Plato's many parables talking about, putting it in an interesting story as a teaching device in his school. If one did exist, or a shadow of it, my money would be on Akrotiri. Akrotiri is what's left of a big city that was on the island of Santorini. And when their volcano blew up, it blew up most of the city and shot chunks of it so fast that 70 miles away in Crete, there are chunks of Santorini in their cliff. So it blasted what was ever there, but what's left on the side of the crater, Akrotiri, is strangely advanced for its age. And so if there's anything that's a model for Atlantis, as Plato explained it, it's Akrotiri.
Akrotiri is an ancient Greek city. So it says the settlement was destroyed in the barren eruption sometime in the 16th century BCE and buried in volcanic ash, preserved the remains of the frescoes and many objects and artworks. So we don't know how advanced that civilization was.
No, but we can walk around the ruins and see that it's got streets, it's got plumbing, it's got little sconces for torches at night. It was a vibrant city with a lot of, especially in terms of hydraulic engineering. It's very advanced for being 3,500 years old.
If you check out, here's an image of the excavation. What a project.
It's an amazing place. And you can tell that it's just part of it because it's pretty close to where the crater began. So the city itself was probably much larger.
In this case, there's a lot of evidence, but like we said, there could be civilizations that there's very little evidence of because of the natural environment that destroys all the evidence.
Right. And I think Akrotiri is actually a great example of that because here we have the side that did preserve that looks amazing, but we know there was more of the city that was completely obliterated. It was shot. Chunks of that city are probably in the walls of Crete, 70 miles away. And, Plato says that it sunk. It was on an island and it sunk. Well, that's exactly what happened to Akrotiri.
I think this is what Plato was referring to.
If it does exist, at least the model of it, I think this is probably what he's talking about.
And there could be other civilizations of which Plato has never written.
Right.
That we have no record of. And it's humbling to think that entire civilizations, with all the dreams, the hope, the technological innovation, the wars, the conflicts, the political tensions, all of that, the social interactions, the hierarchies, all of that, the art can be just destroyed like that and forgotten, completely lost to ancient history.
I reflect upon that often as an archaeologist. I think about this great country that I live in and love and all the things we've achieved, but we're a baby historically speaking. We've been around 200 years. Heck, a lot of the cities I study in Central and South America, they had a run of 800, 1,000 years, and now they're ruins. But we're barely getting started in terms of historical civilization.
So humans, Homo sapiens, evolved, but they didn't start civilizations right away. There's a long period of time when they did not form these complex societies. So how do we, let's say 300,000 years ago in Africa, actually go from there to creating civilization?
I think that a lot of human evolution had to do with the pressures that their environment put upon them. And a lot of things start changing right around 12,000 years ago. And that's when our last ice age really ended. I think there was a whole lot of things that just pressured them into especially finding new ways of subsistence. Here in the Americas, a huge thing that happened was all the megafauna went away. When the climate changed enough, the mammoths died out and the bison died out, and there was just, they had to come up with different ways of doing things. We were hunters and gatherers, and we had things we got from hunting, and we got things we got from gathering. And in the Americas, when the things that they were used to hunting went away, and they had to make do with rabbits, the gathering started to be a much more important thing. And I think that led to figuring out, hey, we can actually grow certain things. And gardens turned into crops, turned into intensive crops, and then people were allowed to gather in bigger groups and survive in a single area. They didn't have to roam around anymore. And that's where we get the first sedentary communities, which means they stayed in the same place all year long. For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic, and we've done these kind of wider or tighter nomadic circles, depending on the geographic region, where they'd know, okay, in the mountains, we'll be in the summer in the mountains because there's berries and things, and then in the winter we'll be down here and we'll hunt. But they've moved. So once humans figured out how to stay in a place, I think that's the initial trigger to what would become civilization.
What do you think is, there's a lot of questions to ask here. What do you think is the motivation for society? Is it the carrot or the stick? So you said, like, is it like when resources run out, when the old...
Glad you guys are here. We're watching Lex Friedman podcast, Big Dog.
Or is it more the carrot of, like, there's always this kind of human spirit?
Hello, welcome. We're watching Lex Friedman. I hope you're having a good day.
Maybe impress the rest of the village or something like this with the new discovery they made, venturing out and coming out with different ideas or technological innovations.